Good morning. If you could all please take your seats, we're going to be starting. Welcome to the 10th Annual Appalachian State of the Region Conference. We are so pleased to see you today, and we are going to be focusing on models for revitalization. I am Kathy Zook. I'm the Appalachian Regional Commission Program Manager for Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. It is my privilege and pleasure to be your MC for the day. So I'd like to begin by thanking you, first of all, for being here in person. It's been 2 years since we've been able to get together, so it's great to see your faces, and we will also be hosting a virtual audience who's in attendance with us as well today. So we have just a few housekeeping notes. I'd like to start with that. First of all, the restrooms are outside the hall and across from the atrium. And this year, we're going to have our conference. It's being streamed online. And you can also scan your QR codes that are on your table tents there. For those of you who may have a laptop, if you want to type in sotr.ohio.edu, you'll be able to keep our schedule and also to check our full speaker bios. And then if you did drive your own personal vehicle today, I want to ask that you please park in the assigned lot, otherwise they're probably likely to give you a ticket. So if you need to know where that is or to confirm it, please check with our knowledgeable team at the registration desk and they'll make sure that you're in the right spot. Our team is committed to reducing the trash from the conference, so we'd ask you to please use our recycling bins and our compost receptacles that are provided for you. And then also those of you who are media savvy, you can hashtag SOTR and tag the Voinovich School so you can make your posts throughout the day. Also, during our question and answer segments, we'll have someone who has a microphone. We ask that you please wait to get the microphone to ask your question because we'd like our virtual audience to be able to hear it as well. And then during the breakout sessions, there are some tables and booths out there with literature for you. Please take a moment and browse through that and find some, hopefully some helpful information as well. We ask that you respect our speakers, and if you can silence your cell phones at this time, we would appreciate that. And then one final note, this conference is being recorded, so we'll have that available for you sometime in the summer session. So I'd like to take a moment and reflect some of our special guests who are with us today. We do have some elected officials and our local and economic development districts, as well as other partners. So I'm going to say a few names and just ask you to give us a little wave so we know who you are. And let's start, I didn't see her, but I know she's here, Misty Crosby of Buckeye Hills Regional Council. And then, okay, there we go. Let's take, Jeanette, where's Vicki of Omega? In the back. Kim Reynolds of OVRDC. I don't know if you're here, Kim. Those lights are bright, I can't really see. Mike Jacoby, I saw you, of Ohio Southeast. There we are. Glenda Baumgartner of the Appalachian Partnership. Okay. And then we have Guy Land from the Appalachian Regional Commission. Okay. Ellen Hines of the Economic Development Administration. Okay, and Dean Weinberg from the Voinovich School. Okay, and now here's a big one because it's impossible to say everybody's name, but all our local and state and federal elected officials or their staff, please stand, please, so we can recognize you as well. All right, thank you. Okay, well, it is May 10th, and this is our 10-year anniversary for our Appalachian Ohio State of the Region Conference. And really, our region has accomplished so much in the last 10 years. And this conference has provided a forum so that we could share information, and it's been so vital to our region, and getting that word out is important so we can strengthen our local economies as well. So let me just see by a show of hands who has been here all 10 years for 10 conferences. I can raise my hand to that. Okay, we got a few. I see you. How about 5? Have any of you been out more than 5? 5 or less? Okay, great. Well, thank you for coming year after year. We do appreciate that. We have some great speakers and some really good information, so let's get started. I would like to first begin by introducing Ohio University Voinovich School Dean, Dr. Mark Weinberg. And as Dean, Mark provides strategic oversight on economic development here at Ohio University. So please welcome Dr. Mike Weinberg to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We value the great partners we work with to make this conference an important event for this region and to make a difference in the lives of the citizens and our communities in the region. I'm pleased to welcome you on behalf of the Voinovich School at Ohio University and also on behalf of President Hugh Sherman, who was unable to be with us today. We're committed to this region and will do everything we can do to support the EDA, ARC, and the historic investment that the state is making in Appalachian Ohio. I've known President Sherman today for 25 years, and his commitment to this support counts. The other thing I'd like to do today, my major function is I'm going to be able to luckily introduce Susan Brem from the EDA. But before I did that, we've had, Kathy mentioned 10 years of conferences, and I think we're in our 25th year of the EDA University Center. And one of the people that's been invaluable to that is Mike Finney. Where's Mike? Mike, would you stand up? Mike is, despite my efforts by trying to get legislation and other kinds of things passed to prevent him, he is actually retiring this month, okay? So that's what we do. So I just want to say a few words about Mike, and then Dr. Jason Jolly is also going to talk a little bit more about him in relationship to the EDA Center program. But he's had an important role in terms of the EDA Center and the regional conference, and he's most importantly had an incredible role in relationship to his leadership for the Voinovich School and for Ohio University. And he's, in addition to his service in terms of projects, and the list would be very long for 36 years, one of the great things about Mike is that character counts. And he's an exceptional person and approaches all areas of his life with the commitment to reliability, fairness, excellence, and kindness. The magnitude of his leadership knowledge and generous mentorship with the professional staff and team leaders at the school has led to our ability to serve this region for a long time. So it's a real pleasure to just recognize Mike and thank him for his service not only to this region and to the state. There's very few people that have essentially made this kind of a contribution over such a long period of time. So thank you again, Mike. It's now my pleasure to introduce Susan Brem, who is the Regional Director of the Chicago EPA office. I had a chance last night to talk to her. We had not seen each other, I think, since 2015. And then she took over in October of 20 as the Regional Director, which she said was sort of a challenge during the height of the pandemic and things along those lines. So we got a chance to talk at the a reception last night, and she has a really long and interesting background. But one of the things that I sort of enjoyed the most talking to her about is that she comes from the Midwest. I guess we're in the Mideast in terms of Ohio, and she grew up in Iowa, and she grew up on a working farm, And so it's interesting. From the farm, she went to Lawrence College, and then she earned her JD from the University of California at Berkeley, which is one, if not the best, one of the finest law schools in the United States. So she's had a really varied career, but it's sort of interesting to go from Iowa to Berkeley, okay, which is a little different than the farm, and then to come back to live in Chicago. So she understands both the issues that are facing rural communities and rural areas from her experience growing up, and the same sorts of challenges that we're having with the big cities. I'm very proud to be able to introduce her. She's an EDA leader who has supporting locally developed impactful economic development with the EDA since 2013, and she has made a vital impact helping our communities as the regional director of the last 2 years. So it's a real pleasure to call her and recognize her to the podium.
Thank you so much, Dean Weinberg, and I do want to echo his comments about Mike. Mike has been a tremendous partner and has contributed so much to the success that Appalachia is having today. Really cannot speak highly enough of Mike's contributions, so thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here in Athens for today's State of the Region Conference. Ohio University has been, as Mike has been, a great partner to EDA, and along with Bowling Green State University, has served as an EDA University Center for more than 25 years. EDA is committed to supporting economic recovery and resilience in Appalachian Ohio. We've made a number of investments in recent years that will continue to impact and guide future implementation. One was the Bobcat Grant to Ohio University and the Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission to help the region recover from the closure of coal-fired power plants in Adams County. Assisting communities hit hard by changes in the coal economy is an important priority for EDA and for this administration. A second grant, RISE Ohio, to OU and Ohio Mideastern Governments Association and Buckeye Hills Regional Council, is focused on economic diversification, technical assistance, and leveraging opportunity zones. It's these kinds of partnerships, EDA, university centers, and economic development districts, working together that can really transform regional economies. It's such a critical time for economic development, as all of you know. As we build back from the pandemic, there are new challenges, and there are many things that we can build on from what we've already done. The Economic Development Administration continues to focus on resilience and recovery, manufacturing, entrepreneurship, and exports and FDI. But our investment priorities now also highlight the need to advance equity through investments that directly benefit underserved communities and to support environmentally sustainable economic development. On behalf of EDA, I want to thank the Voinovich School, Jason Jolly, Mike Finney, and our districts who are here today, and so many others who work every day to increase opportunities in Southeast Ohio. I look forward to learning from all of you today, and really thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mark and Susan. And I also want to echo Mike Finney. You've been just a great role model. I met your lovely wife on the way in, and she told me of your retirement. So I'm happy for you, kind of sad to see you go, but it's been great working with you. So now I'd like to introduce someone who needs no introduction. That is John Kerry. He is the director of the Governor's Office of Appalachia. He asked me to keep it short and sweet, but I just want to say, with his direction, helping us with our community and economic development, we certainly have a great leader in him. So I'll turn it to John Kerry.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be on campus and on such a beautiful day. And it's exciting to be here. And it's not a period of doom and gloom for Appalachia. It's a period of opportunity. So Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, and my boss, Director Mahalik, have really focused on Appalachia and empowered us to work with organizations like our ARC, the Appalachian Regional Commission. Guy Land is here today. We work very closely with Gail Manchin, who's our federal co-chair. We really enjoy working with her. She's a great leader. And she's been to Ohio several times, including Athens at least twice, I believe, maybe a lot more than that. But we have a great partnership with ARC. Our local development districts that are leading us today, Kathy, of course, from Eastgate, they were introduced earlier. They are great partners. Ohio is a model amongst the 13 Appalachian states about how the state and the local development districts work together. And we're really proud of that partnership. We work very closely with the Voinovich School and the Mayor's Partnership and other divisions of the Voinovich School. I had, tell the story, Dean Weinberg was my professor many decades ago, and I just never graduated all these years. I keep working on it. But we have other great partners here with Ohio Southeast, and it's just a great day to be here. Everybody really here is a partner as far as getting things done. And as I look at the opportunities, I'm not going to talk about the governor's proposal for Appalachia plan, except just to mention it, that before the governor proposed before the legislature a $500 million community-based plan on downtown development, health, and workforce. And the agenda today fits perfectly with that opportunity, with collaboration, developing vibrant communities, affordable housing, broadband, and tourism in rural Ohio. These are all opportunities for us. So I look at this as a time for a crossroads for our region because we have resources that we've never had before. We have strong partners, and we have great people on the ground like yourselves that can make things happen. So congratulations today. I look forward to hearing the presentations, and I think that instead of just hearing a presentation and going home, these are things that we'll need to act upon once we talk about them. So thank each and every one of you.
Thank you, Director Kerry. It's now my pleasure to get our first session started. So I'm going to be introducing the Voinovich School Associate Dean, Professor and MPA Director, Jason Jolly, and also joining him is our Southeast Ohio Economic Development's President, Mike Jacoby. Gentlemen.
Very thankful for EDA for their support. I've often been asked, how do you get EDA funding? And one of the things that I was just saying to Susan before we came in today, I think that's the wrong question for people to ask. The best question is to ask, how can I become a partner with EDA? And we look at EDA as a very important federal partner. While we do appreciate their investment in the region and our many programs, we also appreciate the collaboration and the partnership that they bring. And we would not be as successful as we are without that partnership and that effort. So I want to say a special thank you just as Dean Weinberg said, talk a little bit about our past as an EDA University Center and a little bit about my friend and colleague, Mike Finney. We became a university center 26 years ago. We're in our 26th year as a university center. Originally Ohio University, Bowling Green State University, and Miami University. We were all three a university center together. And Mike was instrumental in putting that together. And so we would not be where we are without Mike. Mike's career has taken him to the eventual role of the CFAO for the Weinberg School. And then he left that role and came back and joined us as a visiting professor. And I can say, with all due respect to Mike's other roles, I don't think he has had nearly as much fun doing those roles as he has with the University Center. So I never see Mike smile when he's having to put together the budget. He smiles frequently when we work on University Center projects. So Mike and I have made many trips across the Midwest region, meeting with other university centers, many trips to Chicago to meet with our Chicago office, and many trips to DC. This wasn't in my notes, but I'll just tell the story because we have time. And frequently people say, what are you going to talk about? And I said, well, I have something written down, but I'll get up there and like Peyton Manning says Omaha, I'll just audible and talk about something else. But each year, Mike and I go to the Education Association of University Centers event in Washington, D.C., which is always held at the Hilton Garden Inn. So Mike and I went, stayed at the Hilton Garden Inn 1 year. The next year, Hilton Garden Inn was under construction. So we decided we don't want to stay there because there's construction. So we stayed at the Hamilton Hotel down the street. Well, next year, we get ready to go. Mike calls me, have you booked your hotel? And I never have booked the hotel on time for anything. So I said, no, let me, Hilton Garden Inn, Washington, D.C., and I booked the hotel. So Mike and his wife, Julie, accompanied us, and we're driving to D.C. And my main focus, because I'm a North Carolina grad, many people know this, is watching the North Carolina-Kentucky game because they're playing in the Elite Eight. And this is my primary focus, and that's all I care about on this particular day. So I'm missing the game because we're en route. And I type into the GPS, the Hilton Garden Inn. We get to the Hilton Garden Inn. We look around. Looks a little bit different with the remodeling that they've done. I check in. I go up to my room. I turn the TV on, watching the game, and the phone rings, and I pick it up. And the receptionist downstairs says, we just want to let you know that your parents don't have a room. And I said, my parents? Yes, your parents are down here. They don't have a room. They're staying at the Hilton Garden Inn on the other side of D.C. So Mike no longer let me book the hotels after that. But so I stayed at a Hilton Garden Inn somewhere down on the Red Line, and everybody else was at a Hilton Garden Inn down the other side of, I think they were off the Blue Line or somewhere. So, but nevertheless, we made the conference in Carolina and won the game, so it turned out to be a pretty good trip. But I would, again, just like to say thanks to Mike. He really is the perfect example of a servant leader, and we would not be where we are with our regional work in economic development without Mike and his dedication, and he's been a real privilege to work with him, and I appreciate all the mentorship he's given me over this time with the economic development work that we do. So Mike, one more time, we could just give Mike a quick round of applause. So what I was supposed to talk about, which I've not talked about, was setting a framework for the day. So I'm going to punt most of that to Mike Jacoby because I've seen Mike's slide, so I know he's going to do a good job covering it. But I think the framework for not just today, but for the year and the next coming years is pretty simple. This is really a historic time for Appalachian Ohio. We are in a place where there are significant federal investment opportunities. And those investment opportunities are there, and they're available for good projects. And again, in partnership with EDA, I think if you look at EDA as a partner for that work and ARC in the same way. But we're also in a place where Governor DeWine and his administration have announced historic investments in Appalachian Ohio from the regional or from the state perspective as well. So our ability as a region to marry those federal and those state investments to create generational change is really something that all of us should be focused on. But I think it's important that we think about it in a way that is not necessarily about how can it benefit me or my individual community, but how can it benefit all of us. And that's going to require collective effort. It's going to require information sharing, and it's going to require partnership. And I really do hope that we're coming together 10 years from now at the 20th state of the region. I hope we're still a university center 20 years from now, or 10 years from now, and our 20th. But I hope we can look back and think about the change that we made, because we don't want to squander what really is a generational opportunity. And I hope that we can come together with the many partners in this room and those who aren't, and look to how we can affect that change. So Mike is going to talk about setting the stage for additional frame, and I'll turn it over to him. So thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Jason. So I'm Mike Jacoby, president of Ohio Southeast Economic Development, or Ohio SE is our abbreviation. We are a regional nonprofit organization, been in existence for 11 years, steadily growing. We are a subsidiary of the Appalachian Partnership, Inc., which is a 501c3 organization led by regional business leaders, and it's the business voice for the region. And I think Dr. Glenda Baumgartner, our CEO, will be joining us later today. But we serve as the Jobs Ohio Regional Network Partner for 25 counties in southern and eastern Ohio. And Jobs Ohio is the private statewide economic development organization. And our region is about 1 million people, yet we have no city of above 26,000 people. So it's primarily the Appalachian counties, and we do business retention, expansion, business attraction, site selection, site development. We're engaged in talent, addressing talent needs for companies. We're engaging with local leaders, and seems like our scope is expanding a little bit every year. We work very closely with local economic development partners in the room. We work with the local development districts and the Voinovich School and workforce organizations and so on and so forth. But the theme for today is models for revitalization. And in a lot of ways, this is perfect timing because there's a lot of momentum right now for revitalization of Appalachian Ohio, particularly our towns. And there's a confluence of opportunities and resources. And so the timing is perfect. And there's kind of been a historical progression, which I'll try to capture quickly here with revitalization. If you go back in time, we've had state historic tax credits for a long time. And then when Jobs Ohio came along, they created the revitalization program. That program was used to renovate the Carlisle building. Adena Health undertook that project, and Jobs Ohio assisted with that project. It's really a cornerstone for downtown Chillicothe. Downtown redevelopment districts have been around for a while. I believe the city of Athens has a downtown redevelopment district. In our strategic plan for the region that we did in 2019, the retention and attraction of talent was a key focus of that strategic plan. And what we heard from a lot of companies was we need vital downtowns to be able to attract and retain talent. And then Opportunity Appalachia 1.0 helped with the Swisher Hotel in Somerset, providing technical assistance to create investable projects in opportunity zones. The Jobs Ohio Vibrant Communities program is a fairly new program, and there's been an award to the Cashockton Collaborative, which will be a transformational project that you'll hear about later today in another session. We have in Ohio now the Transformational Mixed Use Development Tax Credits, and there is a set aside for communities of less than 100,000 people. We now have designated outdoor refreshment areas, which if we're trying to draw people and have dining, those doors are very important. And then last year, the Ohio Department of Development announced $500 million for demolition and brownfield redevelopment. Huge accomplishment for the state of Ohio. And then we have now Opportunity Appalachia 2.0, which is a 5-state collaborative funded by the Appalachian Regional Commission. And we just had 19 applications, Katie, right, in the state of Ohio, more than any of the other states that are participating. And then the Ohio Builds Initiative, which is tremendously exciting, that Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted announced. So just a ton of opportunities right now that we are really excited about. And I guess I will close in saying We stand ready at Ohio Southeast to be a partner in this revitalization effort, as we've done before. In our existence, we've helped over 300 projects, and the companies that we have helped have pledged to create or have already created 10,000 jobs, actually more than 10,000 jobs, and the amount of Jobs Ohio and State of Ohio assistance is over $213 million. And we have some team members in the audience today. Katie Farber, raise your hand or stand up, our Vice President. Taylor Stepp, our Project Manager for Southern Ohio. I believe Carol Willis, our Talent Manager, is here. I don't see her. Raise your hand if you're here. And then we've got Destiny Bryson, our Engagement Manager for Southern Ohio. So we stand ready to help. Kathy, I guess I turned it over to you. Is that right? Thank you.
Thank you, Jason and Mike. There's some exciting things we'll look forward to with the announcements that you made, Mike, so thank you. And at this time, I have the honor of introducing someone who's helped our region with economic growth and boosting our workforce, Brem Stepp. Brem is the Manager of Regional Affairs and Southeast Ohio Regional Liaison for Lieutenant Governor John Eusted's office. So thank you, Brem, for coming today. We look forward to hearing what you have to share with us about the administration and their investments in Appalachia. Please welcome Brem Stepp.
Well, hello. I'd like to start by saying, isn't it a great time to be an Ohioan, and especially a great time to be a Southeast Ohioan? Except for the allergies. We could do away with the allergies, right? Can I hear an amen on that? There seems to be such a momentum building right now, like Mike Jacoby mentioned, and it's just really exciting. The state of Ohio is a beautiful and historic place, one that is home to a variety of landscapes, cities, people, and cultures. But I think everyone in this room would agree that there is one region of the state that, to us, stands out among the rest, Appalachia, Ohio. Situated at the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains along the Ohio River, the region we all love is home to some of the earliest communities and historic relics, while also being the best place to be if you enjoy exploring the state's most beautiful natural resources. And although there are challenges that Appalachia faces, there are also many opportunities for growth and development. The DeWine Husted administration has remained committed to investing in the region to help communities realize their full potential. Since 2019, this administration has invested $472 million in businesses, communities, and individuals across the Appalachian region through the Ohio Department of Development. One of those investments is in water and sewer infrastructure improvements to address the serious threats to water quality in communities across the state. Little is more important than clean, safe drinking water. Yet some communities, some right here in Southeast Ohio, have had failing or insufficient infrastructure. I know in my home county of Jackson, you can drive just a few miles up the road to the village of Colton and see families pulled up to the hillside with an empty milk jug put up to a little pipe coming out of the whole hillside, catching a stream of water coming from a spring. So it really is a problem. In 2019, the H2 Ohio Initiative was created to address long-lasting water quality solutions. And last October, the Ohio Builds Grant was launched, providing the Appalachian Ohio counties with more than $81 million in funding for 61 water and wastewater projects. These grants are helping communities improve the lives of their citizens and are creating fresh opportunities for economic growth. Another investment that has been a particular focus in the Appalachian communities of Ohio is in broadband expansion. Lieutenant Governor Husted often says that you cannot participate in the modern economy, healthcare system, or education system without access to broadband. It is a necessity. Through Broadband Ohio, we are closing the digital divide. In Ohio, there is an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars with the goal of getting every household in Ohio connected to fast, reliable, and affordable broadband services. This is a key step in our administration's aggressive strategy to expand and enhance broadband for the more than 1 million Ohioans who do not currently have access to high-speed internet. Last month, we announced 33 broadband expansion projects in 28 counties for a total investment of $232 million. These grants will go to 11 service providers as part of the Ohio Residential Broadband Expansion Grant, bringing affordable high-speed internet access to more than 43,000 homes. As part of the grant process, several providers also committed to independently fund 71 broadband expansion projects. In total, Broadband Ohio estimates that around 230,000 Ohioans will have improved broadband availability thanks to the 104 new expansion projects. All of this within a 2-year timeframe. Usually when I say that, people's eyes light up because it's something that's going to be very quick in coming, so that's exciting. These investments are important and necessary, but we know there's much more work to be done. As the economy has changed, many of our Appalachian communities have struggled to maintain their downtowns and community resources. Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted are very optimistic about the future of the state of Ohio, and in particular, Southeast Ohio. They have committed to investing here to ensure economic success and vibrancy for years to come. At the end of April, Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted announced a plan to fund the Appalachian Initiative, a $500 million program that will provide resources for the planning and implementation of renewal for small towns that make up the Appalachian region of Ohio. This funding will come from Ohio's designation of the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, and the DeWine-Husted administration is committed to working with the Ohio legislature to secure these funds. The proposal will focus on 3 funding priorities: downtown community development, health, and workforce development to benefit communities where they need it most. The proposal includes a $50 million planning phase to allow Appalachian communities and regional partnerships to develop plans that incorporate each of the 3 funding priorities. Following the planning, $450 million in implementation grants would be invested to help communities and regional groups carry out qualifying projects to rejuvenate the region and stimulate economic growth. This historic investment will help build a brighter future for the people living, working, and raising a family in the region. Investing in our downtowns, improvement to trails and outdoor community space will help to attract people from all over to visit this region and see how truly special it is. Instead of losing population, Appalachia will be poised for growth. Investing in healthcare will provide a much-needed service to area residents, improve livelihoods, and ensure that everyone has access to care. Investing in workforce development has been a key priority for this administration, and Lieutenant Governor Husted has led on a variety of initiatives to prepare Ohioans for quality, good-paying jobs so that they can be competitive in today's economy. This plan builds upon those efforts and will help prepare the next generation for the jobs of the future. As a resident of Southeast Ohio myself, I was proud to help support the administration as they traveled around Appalachia to announce this plan, known as Ohio Builds, Small Communities, Big Impact, a plan for Appalachia. And as we traveled around and saw the excitement that was building as this announcement was made, and communities learned more about the proposal, it was really a special experience. And I want to recognize Governor DeWine, Lieutenant Governor Husted, Director Mihalik, Director Kerry, and members of the legislature for their commitment to Appalachia and for spearheading these historic investments, paving the way for a brighter future for the people living in this region. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Intel. So Intel, I'm sure you all have heard about the coming of Intel to Ohio. Intel is really a game changer for our economic future. The positive effect of Intel's arrival will be felt throughout the state. Intel will usher in an entirely new industry sector to Ohio with a statewide economic impact that will supercharge Ohio's economy and provide new opportunities to businesses and communities throughout the state. The ripple effect caused by Intel's arrival will bring about many, many other jobs with suppliers and suppliers of suppliers throughout Ohio. It is my understanding that more than 140 Ohio businesses across the state are already a part of Intel's supply chain, and Intel has made it clear that many more of its suppliers will bring other businesses to Ohio. As suppliers look for talent and sites, the Southeast Ohio region has the potential to be a direct beneficiary of the Intel project. With the region's proximity to Licking County and its available and skilled workforce, the area will be attractive for Intel suppliers and vendors. This is a generational opportunity to move Ohio's economy forward in every corner of the state. It is the governor and lieutenant governor's hope that all Ohioans can live up to their full God-given potential. That is why the administration has made investments designed to create more opportunity and to solve problems. With that, thank you for the opportunity to share today, and I will turn it back to you, Kathy.
It's very exciting news to hear the historic investment that Governor DeWine and Lieutenant Governor Husted have proposed for the $500 million in our Appalachian region. So thank you very much for that, Brem. Exciting news to hear. It's now my pleasure to invite our panel, the Models for Collaboration, to please come forward. This panel is being moderated by Amista Lippitt, and Amista is the Director of External Relations and Strategic Partnerships for the Voinovich School. She is also the Executive Director of the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. And I'm introducing her panelists. They may come forward at this time as well. This is Katie Ward. She is the Project Manager at Steadfast City. And the City of Athens Mayor, Steve Patterson, sorry, Mayor. And then Kerry Pigman, who is the Executive Director for the Athens County Foundation and a founding member of the Impact Innovation Group. So please welcome our session. We will have a question and answer segment, so please prepare some questions for our panelists, and we'll have someone around with the microphone as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate that. We were just making sure we were sitting in chairs, that there's actually microphones so you can hear our folks. Yes, I am Amista Lippitt. I'm the Director of External Relations and Strategic Partnerships for the Voinovich School. We've heard a lot about the school, and I'm pleased to be there. I've been working there for 20 years. But as part of our commitment to public service for the university, I also serve as the Executive Director of the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. That is a group of mayors and city managers in 18 counties in Southeast Ohio. And we represent about 128 communities. Just 15 of those are cities. So we can talk a little bit more about those challenges later. But right now, what I'm going to do is turn this over and ask all three of our panelists to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll start with questions. I will be monitoring the chat, if I can figure out the technology correctly. And so we'll be able to do Q&A after we get through some questions. So Katie, I'll ask you to go first.
Urban planners, we Hi, I'm Kerry, the Executive Director of the Athens County Foundation. As its name implies, the Athens County Foundation is a community foundation rooted in Athens County. And we do regional work as well as part of the social enterprise ecosystem with partners Foundation for Appalachian Ohio, Rural Action, Ohio University's Voinovich School, Sugarbush, Appalachian Investors Alliance, and Parkersburg Area Community Foundation. Prior to joining the Athens County Foundation, I was an executive in residence at the Weinberg School and worked on a project with the social enterprise team to really recognize that gaps exist in access to capital for enterprises in our region. And while there are many of us that are working to fill specific pieces of those gaps, a collaborative approach was really required to try to meet the needs of enterprises that are trying to grow and sustain themselves in our part of the state.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Patterson, the mayor of Athens, so welcome. Prior to becoming mayor, I was faculty at Ohio University right here in the psychology department for 18 years, and my peers all think I did the unthinkable and walked away from tenure and job security for the rest of my life to live my life 4 years at a time, which was the best decision I ever could have made in reality. I'm also the president for the Mayor's Partnership of Progress. Mayor's Partnership of Progress is a group that represents 18 Appalachian counties and 780,000 citizens throughout our region. It's a great group that is a truly collaborative group. When we have our monthly meetings, the first thing we do is we check ego and we check partisanship at the door so that we can get things done. I'm also on the one of the city members or mayors of the Ohio Mayor's Alliance, which is a great organization that started 6 years ago. And it started with the 30 most populated cities, the mayors thereof. And I remember with MPP, when we found out about OMA, I was scratching my head going, you know, when you look around the MPP footprint, the bar was set at populations of 50,000 or greater. And I'm going, there's no city in Southeast Ohio that's going to reach that bar. And so the MPP lobbied with Kerry McCarthy, the executive director for OMA, and the group recognized that there should be someone representing Southeast Ohio because it was a missing quadrant of what their mission is, which for MPP opened a whole different door of being able to have access as well as being heard. And making sure that there wasn't a forgotten Ohio anymore.
Thank you very much. Okay, so first we're going to kick off, and I am just going to pick people as we go along here, but I'm going to ask all three of our panelists to kind of set the stage and answer this question briefly, which you did a little bit in your opening, but I want to go a little bit deeper. And that is, please talk to us about your collaboration and really what the goals were when you set out to start the collaboration. Steve, do you want to go first?
Well, sure. I mean, MPP is 25 years young, 26 years young. MPP's been around for quite a while. And, you know, when MPP started, the whole concept was to have mayors be able to sit and engage with each other, with their peers, but also in time having the Voinovich School, and amidst you, really, as the executive director now, help facilitate connections that at the time, a lot of us felt like, okay, sure, I can sit there and try and reach out to the governor's office and see if we can get the governor to come to our meetings. But it was a lot more difficult than that. And so to have the Voinovich School be a real integral part, and Dean Weinberg, thank you for being at our side all the while. It really helped us find our voice. It really helped us show that there was a lot of power in the collective thought processes and collaboration throughout Southeast Ohio within the mayors that would attend, and not just the mayors, but it's city managers. I think Todd Wilkins is here from, there you are, from Greenfield in Highland County, which is within the MPP footprint. So, you know, it's not just mayors, it's city managers that are coming together and really, you know, having these open, frank conversations without having your political affiliation in your way of getting things done. We all have very common problems. We're all looking at the lack of broadband or broadband deserts in Southeast Ohio, affordable housing, safe and clean drinking water that Brem was talking about. But we also share ideas and solutions that we have, which makes us a very productive group.
Before I answer the question, I'll just say that the sort of rippling impact of that, Mayor Patterson sits on the board of the Athens County Foundation and many times will come to a meeting and say, well, here they're doing this, or we might think about this. And so it's not just that you're getting the benefit, it's that your community partners are also getting the benefit of that shared learning that's happening, which I think is a theme for the Impact Innovation Group as well. There are about 15 partners in the Impact Innovation Group, and we're not quite as old as the MPP. We're 3 years this July that we have been working together as a group. And we really set out, as I mentioned, to try to leverage our network and our unique perspectives and diverse skill sets to fill the capital access gap and help enterprises that are trying to be impactful in our region acquire necessary capital to build, grow, and sustain their entities here in Appalachian Ohio and Western West Virginia. We, I think, benefit from the fact that each of us has a different perspective and looks at this problem through a different lens. And so there's no one entity in our region that has all of the different fund types and all of the different types of capital to meet the needs of enterprises. But together, if we share knowledge and we brainstorm together, the goal is that we can find the right source of capital for each entity that needs it.
Yeah, so kind of to piggyback off of what you both are saying, because it's very true, with our Rise Ohio initiative and, doing this TA assistance with Buckeye and Omega, we are really out to just educate the region and make that a pot of resources available as far as technical assistance goes, information, educational tools go, to position these communities to, fully harness the OZ program. So we started our collaboration with doing one-on-one conversations with all the communities. And then from there, we took those major topics of concern, and that's what we focused our seminar schedule around. So things like broadband and infrastructure and things like that. And so, the goal for us is to really educate, provide those tools for the areas to market themselves, and ultimately, get some opportunity zone incentivized projects in Southeast Ohio.
Great, thank you very much. Kerry, you talked about the group that was formed, and I want to hear a little bit more about what really the specific gaps were that you were seeing and how you were identifying them, and then why you started to address them.
Yeah, so I think that we are very fortunate in this region, in part because of the very strong Ohio University partnerships that we have, to have a lot of technical assistance, technical support to entrepreneurs and to nonprofits and social enterprises in our region. And it felt like organizations and enterprises get to a certain level, don't know what kind of capital they need, don't know how to access it, don't know how to position themselves to be a likely candidate for receiving the funding that they need. And so the Impact Innovation Group set out to try to help entrepreneurs and enterprises develop the capacity and skills to, do a successful pitch to a funder, as well as kind of brainstorm creative ways to fund enterprises in our region, such that they would be encouraged to build and stay rather than build, exit, and leave the region.
Excellent, thank you. Katie, I wanted to turn to you a little bit and see could you take us through some of the innovative ways that some of the communities have been approaching collaboration where you've been working?
Sure. So I think first and foremost, just at a higher level, the Omega and Buckeye Hills relationship in and of itself is pretty special and innovative. Creating a place for all of those resources to go, all of that information to go, and allowing for all those 18 counties to have access to the same resources, the same professionals, and then having that spot where everybody can kind of voice their concerns, voice their questions, have that collaborative back and forth, I think is really important. But on a smaller, more local scale, a lot of communities are doing some innovative things to try to really attract businesses, which in turn will attract OZ investment. So places with Main Street organizations tend to offer, free or reduced rent for new businesses coming in, or their small business association organizations within the community can offer assistance that way. Places like Somerset, I know, actually did a pop-up business competition where the winning business plans actually received some technical assistance. And then there's also things like city-owned properties. Some cities are offering them to developers for low cost or no cost to a developer that has plans that align with the visions and the goals of the city, and that are also able to show that they have a capital stack that works. So it's really about just seeing what those needs are in the community and focusing on what those innovative approaches are to get those businesses in.
Excellent. So far there's been a theme, right, of collaboration, obviously, but partnership and working across boundaries. And so I want to go to Mayor Patterson and just ask the question of, you talked about how the mayor's partnership gets together. You're keeping your political views outside the door. You check them, right, when you come in. So my question is, how do you make that work? And also, when does it not work? Have you had challenges that, because collaboration is never perfect, right?
It is never perfect. Certainly a topic that is often spoken about is home rule and the protection of home rule. But I think all the mayors of the Mayor's Partnership have a different view on say, bills that are coming down that can affect our home rule or not. So there's, there you'll see some differing opinions, but I think by and large, the thing that the mayors really appreciate about MPP is the fact that we have representation from the governor's office come to our meeting. We have Bryn Stepp come representing the lieutenant governor's office. We have ODOT coming. We have EDA comes. We have ODOD that comes and sends representation. We have our LDDs that come. I'm going to give a shout out to one individual, the executive director for Buckeye Hills, Misty. And Misty's been working at Buckeye Hills for 23 years, or 32 years, 32 years this July, and is retiring. Oh, but a big shout out to Misty. And my reason for aside from the fact that we're really going to miss Misty, but she's not going anywhere, we'll still tap into her, I'm sure, is that mayors, we learn from our executive directors at LDDs. There's no book out there on being the mayor, and no book out there on where does that capital stack come from? What are all the different opportunities? And I think that's another real collaborative element within Buckeye or within Mayor's Partnership for Progress, is knowing that it's kind of like going to a meeting that's a one-stop shop. My issue is water, or my issue is infrastructure, my issue is affordable housing. It's, again, we all have very similar problems with just a different twist on it. And, my priorities might not be the same priorities of Tom Johnson, Mayor of Somerset. And that's, again, what really makes MPP work.
And I'll put a little shameless plug in here for the partnership. I've told everybody over the last 2 years during this pandemic, I woke up every day and I was so thankful that I got to contribute in this way to our communities. But what I said to myself every day was, thank God I'm not a mayor. So kudos to all the mayors, okay? I just want to reiterate that. They are the hardest workers that I've met in my life, doing 20 different jobs and then some. So Okay, Kerry, so can we dig in a little bit more into the structure of the innovation group and kind of tell us in that collaboration what works and what doesn't?
Yep. And I just want to say that concept of a one-stop shop, I think, is similar to the way the IIG thinks of itself, is that no one entity is going to necessarily have the right answer, but within the network, we'll certainly be able to come up with the right answer or point the enterprise to the right solution for them. When we were researching models for this collaboration, we received advice from Impact Fund in Canada, who said there can be no 100-pound gorilla, there can be no owner of the group. And that really kind of stuck with us and I think guided the way that the group was formed. And so everybody enters the IIG as kind of an equal partner, recognizing that we all are adding value at sort of in a different way or in a unique way. And there's no one entity that kind of owns the collaboration. And I think that that really has been key to our success, that everybody is recognized for the value that they bring. And we invite in other voices when we feel like something is missing. And that kind of reflects the communities and enables us to be responsive to the needs of the entities that we're trying to serve and support in our region.
Thank you very much. Katie, I'm going to shift over to you and ask the question. Can you talk about the significance of the partnerships within the Opportunity Zone program, which is the focus of the Rise Ohio project, right? What partnerships in there were utilized best?
Sure. So I think to really harness the OZ incentive to its fullest, you'd need to really explore what your partnerships look like. And those could be, recalibrating your existing partnerships or rekindling your old ones, or kind of finding what those gaps are and filling those in with new potential collaborators. And I think for OZs in particular, they're really important for a few reasons. One, you want to have those different perspectives to the table. You want to have those different viewpoints, that different educational background. The program, and really any program that you're going to be working with, but the OZ program has a lot of complexities to it. So you want to make sure you have a legal, expert on your team. You want to make sure you have somebody that, knows tax law or knows accounting. You want to make sure you have your, fellow municipalities. If this project could span, across the county, you want to have everybody kind of sitting at the table and having those voices heard. And with that, having a united front is really going to help you not only plan your action and where you're going to go and kind of help you get down to your goal, but it's also going to come in handy when you're writing grants. Coming in as a united front looks really good, and it can also help limit the pool of competition if you're coming in strong as one united entity. So yeah, it's really just about focusing on what those gaps are, trying to make sure you have representation from across the board, and making sure that all those voices are heard.
Excellent. We're hearing a lot of multiple voices, shared ownership builds good collaboration. Okay, I'm going to go down the line here and ask everybody to kind of hit this one if they can't. And Katie, you can start. If there was really one thing that you wanted to or could change about the establishment of your collaboration, what would that be? And we ask this so we can learn from you.
Okay. I think this is probably true for any collaboration, but just reinforcing communication. Reinforcing the fact that, have clear-cut expectations from the get-go. Make sure everybody knows their role, everybody knows their responsibility, and everybody's held accountable for that. I'm thinking back to when we were holding our conversations one-on-ones with the communities, one county, very site-specific task, and it's like, well, we're really here to give you the resources to kind of build a project and things like that. So that's, just always communicate.
Good advice. Kerry?
Well, I thought about this question, and I don't know that I'd actually change any of this, but I will say that when developing this kind of cooperative, no ownership structure, things take a while to sort of develop, and the organization took a little while to gain momentum. But I think about in April of 2020 when we were all kind of scratching our heads thinking about the pandemic and hearing from small businesses in our communities about the gaps that they had, that they maybe weren't big enough to access some of the funding sources that were available, and they needed just a little bit of support. And the IIG mobilized in a span of about 2 weeks to put together $77,000 of mini grant capital to deploy to, I think, about 37 small businesses throughout Southeast Ohio and Western West Virginia. And I don't think we would have been able to do that had we not taken the time that we took to build trust and figure out how we could work together and communicate effectively. And so while maybe I lament the fact that it took us a little while to gain momentum, I think it was actually probably something that helped us respond quickly when we needed to.
Mayor Patterson.
Boy, teleporter technology. MPP, just to give you kind of an idea of the size, we go all the way from Tuscarawas County down to Lawrence County, from Meigs County to Highland County. So just our geography presents challenges. But what we've been doing to improve that is to where every quarter we have our meetings, somewhere else within the MPP footprint. Most recently we were in Somerset. And then a meeting earlier in the year we were in Chillicothe. So, which really helps the connectivity, having the in-person meetings as we move forward. I would also say something that we are improving on. It was a challenge, but we will continue to learn and grow. And it's onboarding new mayors, because we're talking about a sector that can change every 4 years, or at least a significant portion can change. And in particular, as Mr. was mentioning, I remember sitting across from mayors in January and February of 2020, and then halfway through 2020, those mayors were no longer there because they just, didn't have the capacity or the bandwidth to continue with the heavy burden that all mayors felt during the pandemic. It was, I'm going to be honest with you, it was crushing. For sure, someone lost the book on the 1918 flu. So we were having to learn on the fly. But again, that's another thing that's a real strength about MPP, is that, we all leaned in and helped each other. As a matter of fact, it was Mayor Luke Feeney who called me in March and said, have you stood up a community Zoom meeting with all your different sector leaders? And I said, no, I haven't. And by April 4th of 2020, we had to include Kerry. We had about 30 people representing the financial sector, representing the educational sector, the religious faith-based groups, you name it, nonprofits, senior citizens. We had, again, 25 to 30 people all coming together and helping each other problem solve. And again, that wouldn't have happened without the ability for MPP mayors to sit there and share ideas and steal each other's ideas. That's what our role is, right? Steal everyone else's good ideas and bring them home.
No shame, right? No
Oh,
shame.
none. No.
Okay, we're going to go down the line again and kind of now start to think about the future. So we've got 3 different collaborations in very different stages of creation. And so my question is, as you look to the future, what do you think is the evolution of your particular collaboration? And do you think the nature of our world that we're in now is impacting where that's going?
Yeah, so I'm actually very excited about this next stage of these more in-depth seminars for RISE. We're really kind of at the point now where we did our research, we did the background work, and now we're able to kind of link up the communities with these professionals in the field, with these, first-person accounts, these case studies that they can really learn from, and hopefully start to gather those resources together and help people actually build a project. As far as the current world we're in, kind of piggybacking off of the mayor about Zoom, I think that's actually, for better or for worse, it's awesome for us because we've got people in St. Louis, we've got people in New York, and I mean, Southeast Ohio in and of itself is pretty spanning. So being able to, bring experts from across the world together to, just educate these people through Zoom, I think is very exciting. So like I said before, hopefully some really great OZ projects will come out of this effort. That's it.
Good, excellent. Kerry?
Well, I tend to look through the lens of opportunity, and I think, as Mike Jacoby said, we have this generational opportunity here in Appalachian Ohio with the amount of potential investment that is coming into our region. And I think marrying that with private investment, with local impact investment is a continued opportunity that we have, an increasing opportunity that we have. I think that for the IIG, we're at the point now where I think we as a group perhaps need some capacity. It takes capacity to build capacity. And so in my role at the foundation, I work as part of a number of collaboratives, and I'm sort of seeing this theme that after, working together for a while, gaining momentum, the Athens County Foundation, as a result of our work with the IIG, has made an impact investment into the Bailey's Trail system, which I think is, outdoor recreation is a huge opportunity for our region, and there will be many more impact investment opportunities that come from that. And so how do we as a group build our own capacity to be responsive to what I believe will be increasing opportunity for impact investment?
Oh, moving forward. I think what we're going to see with MPP is, again, even further leaning in partnerships. I was just on the phone in person and on a Zoom meeting last week as we were everyone's starting to process, what does $500 million in Appalachia look like? And one of the thoughts that came to mind for me and several others was active transportation, connectivity, between our communities within the MPP footprint. And next thing I knew, I was talking to the city manager of Greenfield, and I'm talking with the mayor of Chillicothe and the mayor of Logan, Ohio, who's here today, Greg Fraunfelter, and I was talking with Mayor Tom Johnson and sitting there thinking, there is so much opportunity with rail trail connectivity within our region. We should all be sitting there going, we can't think small. I mean, certainly I have my projects that I want to do here in the city of Athens, but this is an opportunity that is going to be catalytic. It is going to change Southeast Ohio in a positive direction forever. Because we're so used to us being a boom-bust part of the state with extraction economies. We have to capitalize on, as Kerry was mentioning, on the Bailey Trail system. We're seeing that. I can only imagine people who are going to be working for Intel and have the opportunity to work remotely. If we've got the broadband capacity down here, and these are individuals who just dig being on a mountain bike and cruising up and down 88 miles of mountain bike trail, but if we can throw into that mix active transportation connecting our Southeast Ohio communities, that's huge. So those are the kinds of things. And one last thing just to share, I really appreciate President Hugh Sherman. When I reached out to him when he became the president of Ohio University, I said, let me reach out to the mayors of the regional campus cities and villages and bring everybody together if you would be willing to hear what's going on in the regional campus communities. And Hugh Sherman said, yes, let's do that. And that too, I think, is the kind of thing that we're going to continue to see building Amistas, is just everyone, helping each other help their communities. 780,000 citizens.
Excellent. Well, on that note, I think we're going to turn to questions in the audience. So if you have a question and you're here, just raise your hand. We'll get to you. Otherwise, I think we do have some questions on the chat. So, oh, sorry, I misunderstood. There is no questions on the chat. You saw how I can't manage the technology, right? I broke it. I broke it after being up here 5 minutes. So, just to be clear, yeah. Okay. So,
Good morning. I'm Mark Barbash. We're at a wonderful time where it's okay to make mistakes, and particularly because we learn from them. I'm wondering what each of you are doing to measure your outcomes and outputs and learn from them so that as we go forward to the next generation and figure out good ways to use that $500 million, that we've got pretty good comfort that we're doing something that works.
Well, I'll say that as part of the social enterprise ecosystem and the Impact Innovation Group, we are very fortunate to have our partners at the Voinovich School with a particular area of expertise in impact measurement using a methodology called social return on investment. And so I think that perspective is sort of critical, and that's a really great question, because how do we know that what we're doing is making any difference if we don't measure it and communicate that? So I think that leveraging the skill set that exists at the Voinovich School to do that impact measurement will be key to our work moving forward.
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback on that. You know, the Voinovich School did this awesome white paper on remote workers, on digital commuters, which has been instrumental in us identifying, you know, what is missing, where are we missing, you know, when it comes to economic development. And one of them, you know, one of the big things that jumped out is co-work, share work spaces, that there needs to be more in Southeast Ohio. So that's one thing. The other thing is not a great story, but it's something that I certainly have in the back of my mind where I'm just constantly watching, is that the 2020 census showed that Southeast Ohio, that we decreased in population by about 20,000 individuals. We went from over 800,000 to 780,000. So to me, it's reversing that. It's making sure that we have the amenities that are needed in Southeast Ohio, the quality of life that we know exists. Come on, what's the most gorgeous part of the state of Ohio? Right here.
Especially today.
Especially today. It's like this all the time in Athens. So, and I guess to quantify that as we're looking forward is regaining that population and seeing, you know, us attracting people back into Southeast Ohio. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it. Come hell or high water, it's going to happen.
Absolutely, yeah. Utilizing those metrics through the Voinovich School and kind of looking at, you know, what that investment looks like, you know, 3 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road, to see if, you know, not only the OZ program, but these business investment activities in general are really pulling their weight as we expected them to. As far as right now, I think, at least for the RISE project, we're probably a little premature as far as, you know, what, you know, our outcomes look like right now. But I think once we start building those partnerships out and connecting people to those resources, we're going to have a better gauge on which communities are going to be harnessing the OZs and, you know, what those partnerships would look like, and then what that data could be down the road.
So this will be our last question. I think we have a question in the chat. No. Why do I keep misunderstanding what you're telling me? We clearly did not rehearse. Go ahead, Trustee Evans, yeah.
My name is Matt Evans. Work a lot with the Weinberg School. I'm on the board of trustees here at the university, along with Misty Crosby over there. Hello. My name is Matt Evans. I'm on the board of trustees here at Ohio University, so welcome to everybody. And also Misty, she's our new regional rep on the board of trustees that President Sherman started the past quarter here. But thank you to the panel. I'm a recovering coal guy, which at least around here, and one of the things I think is a real possibility for this part of the state, and it's happening some in more southwest Ohio and western Ohio, is renewable energy. And I think the best play, just from what I've learned and what I know, is utility scale solar, which is not an enormous job creator, but it is a huge tax benefit to the counties that need it. And my question is, what more can we be doing, you can be doing, to encourage a lot of these developers, because utility scale solar, I'm not talking about on your own homes or distributed around, but utility scale solar is a huge opportunity, and the pricing is to the point where a lot of the Intels of the world are looking for that renewable energy output. What can we be doing as a region to further enhance and to welcome these developers that are being sited? And a lot of them are trying to be sited in Western Ohio, and to the point where it's maybe saturated. But I think at least in certain parts of our region here, there is that possibility. And what can we do as a region to help encourage that? Thank you.
I can speak to the opportunity zone aspect of it. So if, your community or whatever area you're looking at is located in one of these designated zones, energy efficiency and renewable energy could be a potential eligible project. So to really market yourself to get a developer in, you would want to create probably a prospectus, not only selling your area, but selling that site specifically, and kind of lay out the site specifics of it. And then distribute that through, the channels for developers, and, there's boards and fund pages and things like that you can access to kind of get that site out there. And then hopefully you can attract a developer that way. And then you would start building your investors. So you would look at your local or national investors. These could be local or national businesses, banks, local CDFIs, high net worth people in your area, and kind of build that investor pool to fund it through the OZ incentive. But I don't know if anybody else has.
Well, I'll just say that that's exactly that. You just mentioned the CDFIs, the banks, the local individual impact investors. Those are the individuals that are part of the IIG. And so I think it's part of this sort of process. And so developers are interested, local impact investment is needed to foster that. And I think that that's exactly what the IIG is doing, is building that ecosystem that is ready to be activated when these big sector opportunities arise.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I think, one more thing to this. I think there needs to be, for developers to come into counties, there needs to be that surety that, the county commissioners are not going to sit there and restrict renewables coming into the counties. But I think some of that is what is helpful is having smaller scale projects first, get the foot in the door, and I think that will help with developers as well. We're looking to put a 2.5 megawatt solar array, which is going to be behind the meter for our wastewater treatment plant, our largest energy consumer, our community center, and several other buildings surrounding it. And by virtue of having that there, I think it's going to kind of put a flag in the sand and go, okay, Athens County is open for renewables. But I think that would hold true for the whole MPP footprint in Southeast Ohio, is having smaller demonstration projects to make that foothold.
Thank you. So we have exceeded our time, of course, so I'm going to wrap us up here. But I just want to have everybody join me in thanking these folks who really spent time in preparing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amista, and to the team. That was really great examples of collaboration and partnership. I hated to cut that off. It was good questions and answers. So let's keep the spirit rolling. And I'm going to invite our next panel up. We have Developing Vibrant Communities. And this panel is going to be moderated by Jeanette Wiersbicki, who is our Executive Director of Omega and one of the local development districts here in Appalachia. We have as her panelists Tiffany Swiger, who is the Executive Director, or pardon me, she's the Director of Cashockton Port Authority, and then Jason Duff, who is the founder of Small Nation. I'll invite you to come on up right behind me, and then we're going to have a presentation by Tiffany on the Cashockton Collaborative, and then Jason is going to give a program on small nations. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Jeanette.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Jeanette Worsbicky with the Ohio Mideastern Governments Association. Very exciting to be here and very exciting to moderate this panel. Tiffany Swiger has done an amazing job as Port Authority Director and has come up with some innovations to help the county recover from losing their coal-fired power plant. And I think we're all familiar with the small nation model that Jason has in the city of Belfountain. It's simply amazing, and it's another tool in our toolbox to help us revitalize and redevelop our downtown areas. So with that, I would like to call Tiffany up for her presentation.
Thank you and good morning. I would like to thank everyone involved in the planning of the State of the Region Conference. My name is Tiffany Swiger and I'm the Executive Director of the Cashockton Port Authority, and it's certainly an honor to share with you the Cashockton Collaborative. This project and how really vibrant communities is helping us progress this transformational project forward. Can I also say it's certainly an honor to share the stage with Jason and Small Nations. If you don't know Small Nations, within just a few moments, you're going to understand the inspiration and why I say that. We certainly have gained from that as well. And that's really a great segue into the next slide. So how did we get here? So developing vibrant communities, that takes inspiration and community engagement, much conversation, and really understanding people's stories. What's your community missing? But it also takes research, planning, and presentation to understand how this could truly work in your community. With that, we did feasibility studies, best practices, and we took field trips. Brent Lane here with the Voinovich School helped author our feasibility study along with Dr. Vicki Maple. And it really takes requesting honest feedback and the willingness to make appropriate changes, to work with your regional partners and ensure that you're putting the very best project forward that really not only benefits your community, but also benefits the region as a whole. And then understanding your eligibility for program. So how can we do this financially? How are we able to put this project forward? Being able to review the Jobs Ohio requirements for vibrant communities, acknowledging that they have created a program that really assists with these type of projects within our community. And then discussing these potential projects with your regional partner, Ohio Southeast and Omega. So let's talk about what the collaborative is. And let's see here. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, there we go, it's just on the delay. Okay, so a project summary. The Cashockton Port Authority had the opportunity to purchase one of our largest and best opportunities, our buildings on downtown Main Street, right literally in the heart of our downtown. We were able to complete this purchase in September of 2021 for $358,000. Now, to make sure that we had the perfect building for this certainly did take time. It also took some collaboration and understanding what our possibilities were. So following the renovation of this incredible building, it is going to serve as the hub of entrepreneurship for Cashockton County and its surrounding areas. The collaborative building will strive to meet the needs of young business owners as well as the most experienced of business owners by providing a shared co-working location, 2 makerspace labs, as well as numerous incubator offices, all under one roof. It's really important to note that there is nothing like this within the Omega region currently. And the Cashockton Port Authority, the Cashockton Chamber of Commerce, the 3 for 3 initiative, which is a community-led economic development initiative, and the Small Business Development Center will all have offices located within this building to essentially create that one-stop shop for economic development. And together, our goal is to provide the tools, the resources, mentors, and the network to create a culture of business and entrepreneurship for our community. So there's no better place to do this than the heart of our downtown, which really truly made this location absolutely perfect. As we assessed the total project cost, it did come in just over $3 million. And there's kind of a listing here as to how we were breaking down the renovation of this building. So this is a renovation of the original building and a portion of the new building. You'll get to see some photos here in just a few minutes of that. And our primary focus is to renovate and repurpose these spaces to create this hub of entrepreneurship. The renovation is slightly over 13,000 square feet. Now, our lead development partners and stakeholders, when you recognize that you're going to take on something this significant and transformational for our community, you certainly understand that you are not able to do this alone. So we had an incredible amount of community support through the City of Cashockton, the Cashockton County Commissioners, the Small Business Development Center, Omega, our town Cashockton, which is our downtown development organization, those 3 for 3 initiative members, the Chamber of Commerce. Certainly we couldn't be doing what we were doing if it wasn't for the assistance of the Voinovich School helping to move this forward. And then Ohio Southeast and also Omega. But very important that Jobs Ohio recognized the need for this by responding with the Vibrant Communities grant. We are so, so thankful for that. So let's talk a little bit about the space. The co-working space. We really want to create a welcoming space for our community that supports entrepreneurial activity, fosters student activity and mentorship, and highlights the local talent with workshops that may provide a pipeline for workforce. We want to provide reliable internet and shared equipment and services all under one roof. We're terming this the Connected Cafe. I don't know about you, but I'm not able to work without coffee in the morning. And so we do want this space to be inviting. We want it to be comfortable yet modern. We really want it to be a place where all of those shared services are right there at their fingertips. But it will certainly have a coffee bar and a drink bar that's located right in the co-working location. Very important to note that it is located within walking distance to 5 local restaurants, 2 print shops, a marketing firm, an accountant, various retail locations, banking, libraries, and government offices. So really our presence downtown is going to be just as much of a benefit to them as it's going to be to us as well. This space will be designed also in a manner that it can be sectioned off. So there can be private events for our local businesses as well. I'm too eager with this, I think. There we go. So the makerspace, where dreams become reality and reality becomes Cashockton's next business. These spaces are located within the basement area of the new addition, and this is going to host workshops in partnership with our existing local talent and businesses, as well as serve as a room for creating. Workshops could also help to identify potential pipelines for local employers as well. And there's 2 separate rooms within these basement spaces. And so in one set of the room, there's going to be equipment such as your laser cutters, your CNC machinery, drilling. This is kind of what we're terming that dirty room. This is where a product is going to be made with these heavy type of tools. Separated by a large hallway then on the other side, there's also another makerspace. And this makerspace is going to be more for crafting and include drafting tables, workstations, and so forth. So it's important to note too that this is available for expansion. So as these industries continue to grow, we're able to grow with them. And the Incubator Offices. So this is where new businesses can jolt into success. An existing regional business will have the abilities to serve their customers better. This space consists of not 1, but 2 floors, and it's accessible by an elevator or stairway, has 6 to 10 offices and a conference room per floor. So we have the ability to provide up to 20 offices within these incubators. And these offices can be configured per the business's needs. These offices will give the first floor tenants, that's going to be the Port Authority, the Chamber of Commerce, the Small Business Development Center, and that 3-for-3 initiative, the ability to have our tenants literally right next door to the vital support that they need to be successful in the startup of their businesses. And really, these spaces cannot be created quick enough in Cashockton. Within just the past month, we have moved nearly 20 referrals over to the Small Business Development Center for assistance. So what do we plan to do once we're in this building? We've really discussed what our planned programming and our services are going to be. And located within that co-working location, we do expect that the Small Business Development Center, the 3-for-3, they're going to host various adult training programs. Ohio Means Jobs will be able to hold functions there, and organizations like Rotary and Kiwanis are going to be able to utilize these spaces as well. Private events can be held on one side of the co-working space without compromising the operation of the other space. We feel like that's really important. This also helps to increase our revenue so that we can continue to do the good works of the Cashockton Port Authority throughout our community. In the maker space, we are already developing workshop plans with some of our industries. Some of those examples include Schleybaugh Wood Design, Penwood Manufacturing, Jones Metal. And it's really important to note that those guys are all hurting for employees right now. So opening up these workshops truly do create that pipeline that's vital. We have already collaborated with the Cashockton Career Center and the Buckeye Career Center to host various workshops, really to provide an introduction of what future certifications and programming could be. And then the business incubator, it's going to be open 7 days a week from 8 to 10, but the tenants will have 5 days of continuous support from 8 to 4 from those supporting on-site partners. So how can this become a reality? Really what we've shown you a glance of today, that's certainly not something that we can't do without the supported financial need, but also the partners for the programming. And so we really reached out initially to the Cashockton Foundation, and they asked a really important question to our community that kind of took a lot of us off guard. And really that was, what could you do with $500,000 to transform your community? And to have local support like that is incredible. We answered with the Cashockton Collaborative. And we also partnered with our town, Cashockton, the downtown development, because they too had a need for an executive director of the development group. And so we shared that $500,000. We have taken the $375,000 that they had committed to us, and that allowed us to purchase the building then late last year. We certainly have identified other partners such as the EDA as they provide assistance to coal impacted communities. Cashockton County is significantly coal impacted, and we are working every day to recover from the closure of the American Electric Power Plant that's located in Conesville. That closure took place in late April of 2020, and at one point the plant at its height employed 600 employees and provided for thousands of contract labor over the decades. So as an identified distressed community, we do have the ability to leverage some of those funds at a higher level. And we have applied for a grant, and we're pending the response on that. In addition, in preparation for this grant submission, we have received the EDA grant-funded program, Rise Ohio. We're a recipient of some of that work, as we've got a recovery coordinator and an economic development associate that has been available to us to work through this process. We really feel like this is very important for us to diversify Cashockton's economy. We are heavily manufacturing and heavily coal, and so this certainly provides the vital support that's needed to diversify that our economy. So together, we are hopeful that the Jobs Ohio Vibrant Communities Fund, as well as the pending EDA grant response, will help us cross the finish line here. So as discussed, we had really viewed multiple buildings in our community. 2 were downtown, but there were various that were outside of our downtown area. And while this isn't part of the Vibrant Communities or the EDA grant, this certainly helps to identify why we focused on this building as well. Not only are we able to do all of the things that we want to achieve with the Cashockton Collaborative under one roof, but in addition to that, there's 10,000 square feet that is attached to this building that will eventually, as a part of a second phase, house over 500 seats for a theater. Now, certainly we've identified the fact that this is going to be an incredible asset to our current businesses, our future businesses. They're going to be able to host events here as well. But not only that, but it has the ability to increase tourism. And so this is truly why we shifted our focus to this building to be able to achieve this. And it further proves that there's a future transformational value in the building that we selected. So the collaborative impact. Cashockton County consistently has a higher unemployment rate than some of our neighboring counties. The northeast section of our county is growing with an Amish community, and those businesses truly, and I'm not joking about this, are every other driveway, it appears. We would like to leverage our relationship with those business owners, bring them into the heart of our downtown, and really provide the essential support to help these remaining areas of our community grow. And as Brem indicated earlier today, Cashockton County is a neighboring county to Licking County, Ohio, and we are certainly within the radius projected for growth through the development of the Intel development. In fact, we're less than 40 miles to the county line from this development, so certainly the collaborative has the ability to help support all of those efforts as well. And the pandemic impact has further exacerbated the need for reliable, affordable internet service. I know we're going to talk about that a little bit later today as well. And we've spoken to many who are working from their home and they're unable to connect. And even when they are able to connect, they do desire that social setting and the ability to have networking opportunities. So COVID-19 has forever changed the way that we work. Many employers are considering no longer working from a business location, but rather having those remote employees. And sometimes those remote employees also need a place to call home. We really risk losing that population if we don't have a place to get them connected. So this will create a location where like-minded risk takers are supported and can experiment with their ideas, they can test their product, and they can be supported in their adaptations. We will also have the ability to network with potential investors and mentors in an effort to get this idea, their project, or their business truly funded. All of these factors together also have the potential to truly reduce that rural brain drain that we are experiencing and retain our youth for a future workforce. So this is a sneak peek at the Cashockton Collaborative project in Cashockton County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jason Duff, and I am the founder of Small Nation. I believe that small towns and small businesses are a big deal. Anyone else in the room agree with that? Yeah, okay. Well, some things I took away from the presentation, and it was just awesome to hear what's happening in Cashockton, and a big applaud to you, Tiffany, for your work there, is how we're focusing on preservation and also innovation. The things that make the DNA of our community unique and special, and memories and things that are, to our core, part of what makes us special. And then the ways that we can innovate to prepare for the future. So today I'm here to share a little bit about the story of Belfountain, Ohio. Developing places, spaces, and dreams. For a long time, I'm a product of two parents that were small business owners. Any other small business owners in the room or family business owners? Oh my gosh, you are my people. It's hard work, is it not? Growing up in a family business, you learn to do about every job, and even jobs that you don't want to do, you learn to do. Well, my dad and grandfather had businesses in construction materials. We sold lumber, concrete, and stone. And my mom had a Hallmark shop. And a Hallmark shop in the years of the curio cabinet collectible years. I know there are people in the room that still have their cherished teddies, their precious moments, their Tom Clark gnomes, and Waterford crystal. Come on, admit that you still have that. If not, your parents and grandparents are gifting you that, and it's probably in your garage. Well, I joke you, many people ask, when you bought your first building, how did you fund it? And I just reminded them that my mom paid me in Beanie Babies. No, in all seriousness, the thing about Belfountain, for many years, it was viewed as an underrated town. And many of you may have never had the opportunity to visit there. We are about 60 miles northwest of Columbus, Logan County, not to be confused with Logan, Ohio. And I know Mayor, Logan, Ohio, and Logan County, we are at different events all the time, and all of our communities are confused. But I will tell you, our communities between Pizza Crossing and 600 downtown, we have some of the best pizza in the state. So I will mention that. But no, our town is famous for a few things. We are the oldest, we are the tallest, and we are the first. So our town just happens to have these unique, weird things, like we have the world's shortest street. We also have we are geographically the highest point in Ohio. And as I was driving through your beautiful hillside and countryside here, I will tell you we're relatively flat where we're at, but we just happen to be the highest geographic point and have a ski resort in Ohio called Mad River Mountain. But we also are the first concrete street in America. And the guy that you see pictured there, George Bartholomew, in 1890, mixed sand, clay, and marl and invented concrete. And at the time, the newspapers in our town made fun of him because he was innovating and designing pavement that had never existed. He was a pioneer of thinking creatively, of making something to last longer. Of course, the city council at the time said they made him buy a special warranty to warranty the street. They said it would damage the horse hoofs. They said that it would not hold up very long. Well, today, that concrete street is still used, and it's right next to our beautiful county courthouse, and a building directly behind it that we're restoring right now that's 40,000 square feet, known as the historic Opera Block. And I think these are the stories of our towns that we need to unlock and use as part of our revitalization and preservation strategy. One of my favorite things is to visit your town, and I will find the antique mall. I have an antique mall-like detector. I can drive in my car and walk out, and I'm gonna find where those cool, funky, fun, and unique things that you cannot buy on Amazon. That is part of what makes the towns unique and distinctive. And I walk into the antique mall, I'm gonna go to the postcard section, and I'm gonna pull out what are the historic postcards that people were most proud of, that they took pictures and they wrote lithographs and drew drawings of your town 120 years ago. Because that's the stuff that we are gonna bring back, revitalize, and tell stories of today. This is the Streetscape in Belfountain, Ohio. And probably like a lot of your towns, it was the center for commerce and industry because of, that was the place where J.C. Penney, Montgomery Ward, G.C. Murphy, Sears, all of those stores and innovators incubated on those towns. The problem was, and this is the problem in our town, you go back 12 years ago, 80% of the first floors of our buildings and our properties were vacant and empty. And the problem is there was not new investment. Young people did not want to stay and live in our town. Now here is evidence of success today, is that in the last 12 years, we have built a team of entrepreneurs, doers, creators, misfits, weirdos. You can put any definition you want to take back Belfountain, Ohio. A county of 46,000 people, a town of 14,000 people. Today we have 3 new event centers, 7 destination downtown restaurants, 17 new specialty retail stores, building out an antiques district, recruiting kids' toy stores that is the grandma magnet for the region. We have 5 downtown salons, and we are known in Belfountain as being one of the cheapest and best place for cosmetic fillers. Now, I know I've been looking around in this room, and some of you look about 20 years younger than you should. And here's the secret. People get Kybella, Botox, Restylane, but when your town become a destination for those kinds of salon services, that people that care about their health and how they look, do you think they buy coffee? Do you think they grab lunch? Do you think they grab dinner? Yes, they do. The other thing is that I'm really proud of, it has been a journey of buying and renovating 56 historic buildings. Because the economy in our town was so struggling, most of those building acquisitions were purchased for $50,000 or less. And in fact, 20 out of those 56 were purchased for nearly $1. And I think that tells you the state of how desperate and challenged our community was. Now here's something that differentiates what we're doing in Belfountain from many other towns around the country, is there's lots of great programs like historic tax credits, federal and state, new market tax credits. many of the programs that you heard today, and I want to tell you, they're all great programs, but we in Belfountain have chosen, out of the $30 million in new private investment, we have not used a single public source of funding. It's a unique thing, and part of it has been the principle, can we build these business models so they can sustain themselves and they can be lasting on their own 2 feet? But here's where we did get the money, is we had 3 community banks in our area. One is a savings and loan, the other 2 are community banks that allowed us to go to their lending limit. The board of directors of those institutions reviewed the business plans, reviewed the goals of what the town and what my team wanted to create, and we reached their lending limit and tapped out that capital to buy and invest in our downtown. And just the metrics of 180 new downtown jobs, that also supports the income tax, the improvement in the real estate taxes. All of those things fund and support the economic development of the community. We are so excited to be meeting and learning about the Southeast region. You have so many incredible communities, people, and resources down here. We're excited about our partnership with Ohio University and the George Voinovich School, and also the Mayor's partnership. I had a chance to connect with them, and you heard Mayor Patterson speak earlier that we have to think big. I think we have to think small, but in a really big way. And I think there's some strategies and ideas we can discuss in the panel of how that's going to work. What makes a successful model is we've developed something called the hustle hard approach. And all the marketing people in my life said you should never put the word hard in any type of unique process because people won't want to do it. Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. What has happened the last 12 years has been really, really hard. But because we've made mistakes, because we've figured out what's worked, we've developed a lot of free case studies on our website about how to bring loft apartments to your downtown, how to start and support a successful destination independently owned downtown restaurant, how to bring barbershops and salons and why those matter of starting up in the ecosystem in the early days of getting your local economy engaged. Here's what we found has worked, is getting local ownership, buying and investing and renovating historic buildings. Next is actively recruiting tenants. When we first started, we couldn't find anyone that wanted to open up in Belfountain, Ohio, so then we opened up the businesses ourselves. Most of what we found is there were people in Northwest Ohio that felt unappreciated and underappreciated, but they had really good ideas, and if they could find an empty building and get access to a little bit of capital, really positive things could happen, and they did. The next step is when you work with someone, you may want to become a partner with them. And becoming an equity partner or finding local investors, finding local entrepreneurs that are ready to start their second and third business and invest in the next generation entrepreneurs, or a couple that recently retired from their pension from Honda, but they don't want to go to Florida. They don't want to live in South Carolina. They want to do and start their second career in their town. And the other thing is actually we have to market, design, and promote our towns and communities. You have to tell your story. There's so many towns that I go to and they do something called bearing their ace. They don't talk enough about what other people perceive them as or what makes their town unique and distinctive. What doesn't work? What doesn't work is doing the same old things and expecting a different result. A lot of times I like to go in the community to find what I would call the elders. Another term could be the good old boys. Another term could be the folks that have tried a lot of things and maybe it didn't work. And there's a lot of people in the community that are either new or they're young and they've got these big, bold ideas. They maybe don't have access to a lot of capital. And then sometimes you have public leaders, foundations, chambers, Main Street. Oftentimes everyone is siloed and they're not talking to each other. So what we try to do is get those folks in a room. We start talking about the things that are working, the problems that exist in a local economic development landscape and what's missing, and who has really good ideas that maybe we could do a pop-up shop, an experience, a ticketed event to see if the community supports that. The other thing is I really think what doesn't work is giving up. I run into some communities that say, we've tried the same old things and those same old things just aren't working. And what we try to do is right now in Belfountain, we host groups. Many of you have had the chance to tour, but we host groups to actually do an insight visit. And in those site visits, you're going to meet with the local coffee shops. You're going to have a chance to hear and do lunch with the chefs that own the restaurant and hear their story. You're going to walk through loft apartments of differing price ranges. Loft apartments for the local restaurant workers that are supporting our downtown, and then luxury loft apartments for folks that, want more amenities. And then you're going to tour our co-working facility, build co-working space. And I think we've heard how important co-working is needed to this region. It is needed everywhere. When people have flexible work environments and they can work from home, they're going to choose the communities that have the amenities, the natural resources, the affordability, and the quality of life. That is one of the biggest opportunities for this region. And especially as companies come to Intel, and this is kind of where I'll end up on, is that 35 years ago in my town and community, the Japanese announced they were going to build a motorcycle plant. And you can imagine growing up in family business, hearing my parents talk about the amount of construction materials that were going to be needed for that project, the amount of challenges the community faced with roads and bridges and schools. When Honda came to Marysville, Ohio, Belfountain is about 20 minutes away from Marysville. So I remember the massive challenges that our community leaders faced to overcome that. But here's what I'm here to tell you, is our agricultural community moved to a manufacturing-based community. And not only did we figure it out, but that ecosystem, I drive a Honda product, and I will always drive a Honda product because Honda changed the life for my business, my town, and my community. And so the opportunities that this state has and this region has is tremendous. There's a QR code up there. Every Friday I share just different examples, stories. Many of them are from your towns as I get a chance to visit and hear amazing things that are happening. But just a free weekly email newsletter. If you would like to subscribe, I would love to have you. But just thank you so much for allowing me to present today and be a part of this panel.
Thank you so much, Tiffany and Jason. Two amazing presentations. I think we all learned a lot that we can take back to our own communities and help implement. But I would like to open it up to the audience for any questions. I do have oh, go ahead.
I was interested in what component of fiber network and broadband was part of your plans and what you see that having an impact for communities.
Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. I mean, it's vital, absolutely vital. And we've heard so many stories, even pre-COVID, but certainly through COVID, as to how impactful just having a hotspot at our airport was, so that their kids could finish their homework at night. So it's certainly a component. We have been very, very blessed in Cashockton with some very aggressive Cashockton County commissioners that have put forth an incredible amount of money to make sure that our community is supported. Of course, later today, we're going to hear more about some of the incredible initiatives that are happening throughout Ohio that is going to close that gap. But it's certainly on the highest priority for us to make sure that these people coming into our collaborative space have the connections that they need. That's absolutely vital to success.
One thing that a developer in our area realized is that CenturyLink, which is our kind of local telco, had a very nondescript 3-story building in our downtown. And this developer purchased the building right next to it for $35,000. He invested $6 million in server hardware and put 21 technology jobs on the second floor. That is a data center. We have a data center in our historic downtown that employs those engineers, but when you think about the local hospitals, you think about the manufacturing suppliers, and then particularly in our downtown, in our co-working facility, we did a partnership to bring in gigabit fiber. So if you have the option, if you live in Dublin, Ohio, you can commute to downtown Columbus, which is 38 miles, or you can commute 38 miles north on 33 to Belfountain. So it's leveled the playing field of having big city amenities in a small town. And what we're excited about for us is that as those large pitches for technology companies are looking to come to Ohio, that we can offer just as competitive and sometimes more competitive and affordable options to invest and to start a business.
I think there was a question over here, maybe?
Yeah, hi, I'm Eli Flournoy. I'm an impact investor here in Southeast Ohio. And I'm curious to know how did you get the word out to entrepreneurs, to young people who may have left the region to come back, that they're open for business? What were the most effective strategies to get people back to do these businesses?
So Mercer County, Ohio, which is on the Indiana border and about an hour north of Belfountain, the economic development director there, his name is Jared Ebbing, and about 10 years ago, he was trying to solve that problem because Mercer County had the lowest unemployment rate in Ohio for about 8 years running. And I complimented him. I said, Jared, you must be really proud of that. Congratulations. He said, Jason, that's a terrible thing because my job's to recruit new factory and businesses to open up in Mercer County, Ohio. There are no people to work here. How are we going to solve that? So we built a website for him called Hometown Opportunity. This was the crux of the problem, is that the big cities were winning the internet job recruitment game. The Indeeds, the LinkedIns, the Monsters, they were, with the advertising dollars of some of the largest cities and larger corporations, were harvesting employees from his region. So we brought it all local. We built a software platform that local companies could create their version of a Facebook page that would highlight their promo video, cool things that they're doing from a benefit standpoint, a culture standpoint, and then allowed all of their job postings to post to that they could then share on all their social feeds. That platform moved to a regional county platform. There are now 4 counties, so Auglaize County, Shelby County, Darke County is now a part of that. And then we also have white labeled versions of that in other parts of the state. My advice is you have to take those initiatives local, and you have to be able to tell your story of where young people are going to live, the great coffee shops, the craft beer bars, the kinds of amenities that young people were drawn to the big city lights of the big lights of the city, but now those things exist back at home. And honestly, the quality of life when you do decide to have a family or you do decide to buy a home, if that is your path, you're close to family, grandparents, and all those amazing institutions that offer. So I think big thing is localize it, bring a lot of those initiatives back to your local community. Second thing is I would really double down on building great websites, tools, technology that make it easy for people to find you and find the reasons to come back home.
If I can just say to you, we are in our schools. So we are meeting with our juniors, our seniors. We're taking that further than just manufacturing and healthcare days. We're engaging with the superintendents. We're engaging with the guidance counselors. Because I think for too long, these students' parents graduated at 18 and they went straight to a manufacturing operation. And they had that career until they were able to retire and or were let go. And so we really are working hard to change the narrative within our schools and with those parents to make sure that they truly understand the opportunities that are right here in our community. And within just the last month, we've got Sherry and Shanna here from our Cashockton team as well. We launched something called Jobs in Cashockton. We would see these youth come into our career fairs and not really have viable options. So they'd leave with their head down and feeling very defeated. And this website is completely for our youth. So this is entry-level jobs. This is internships that they're able to grow through. And if they're connected now, then they're going to see those opportunities. And even when they go off to college, they're going to know that they can come back to Cashockton because the opportunities are there for them.
Any questions online? Any other questions from, yes?
Hi, I just want to say kudos to both of you and the work that you do. Years ago when I was in local economic development, that I was in the private sector. Oh, I'm sorry. Kudos to all of you. Years ago, when I was in local development, then I moved over into the private sector and sat on boards to support local development, and that was a key issue, right? How to retain your youth and how to connect them to opportunities. And actually found hometown opportunities, that website, connected with Mercer County, and I just can't speak highly enough about how important that is to resources into rural communities. So thanks for the work you do.
Thank you. If I can make a quick comment too, it truly is an honor for me to be sitting here with Jason because, you know, our community, there takes a very vulnerable step here in doing this work. And we had tossed around this idea for a while, and it really took a field trip that was sponsored by Ohio Southeast and Jobs Ohio to get us to visit Belfountain, to meet with Jason and his incredible team there to say, you know what, if they can do it, we can do it. And then to go back, you know, get to work on this, the hard work, put in the time, be vulnerable, and really reach out to your community to find out how this will work for them. We loved it so much, we actually went back a second time. So,
Thank you.
Well, thank you both, Jason and Tiffany, and I have to say that Tiffany serves as a model for collaboration and bringing in all the partners that are needed, and Small Nation is just simply amazing. I was part of that tour sponsored by Ohio Southeast and Jobs Ohio, and just the model that Jason is using and encouraging that local investment. And a couple of takeaways that I learned from that visit: R&D does not stand for research and development. It stands for rip and duplicate.
That's right.
So if you see something incorporated in your community, I really love the encouragement of the local investment. And I am somewhat of a pizza connoisseur. The best pizza I've ever eaten has been in Belfountain. And the toy store is simply amazing. So please, let's give another round of applause for Jason and Tiffany.
Well, that was really excellent examples of vibrant communities. I'm ready for a road trip to Cashockton and also Belfountain. It sounds like Belfountain has a lot of great things to offer. So it's my privilege to welcome our panel that is just before lunch. So I would want our panelists to come on up behind me. This is for affordable housing, which is very much needed within our Appalachian region, both for professionals as well as, you know, the affordability of a mortgage right now with interest rates going up, I think is on a lot of people's minds. So I would like to welcome Kenneth Ehlers. He's the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity for Southeast Ohio. And Andy Roberts, Executive Director of Muskingum County Planning Commission. We also have Julie Bolin, the Executive Director of Ross County Community Action Commission, and Tiffany Swiger, who is the Housing Director at Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation in my hometown. So welcome, and please come on up. We are going to have yes, thank you. I got ahead of myself there. I wanted to say we are going to have a question and answer segment on this one as well. Each of our panelists are going to come up and they're going to give about a 10-minute presentation, and then we'll open it up to Q&A. If you would, please use our microphone so our audience who is attending virtually will be able to hear your questions. So at this time, I'd like for Kenneth to please come on up. Thank you. Pardon me.
Good morning. So before I start, I am going to heap some praise on Mike Finney as well. For those of you who don't know, Mike Finney actually started the Habitat affiliate known as Habitat for Humanity of Southeast Ohio, and to this day continues to volunteer with us and serve with us. So everything that I talk about today is due in part to Mike and the work that he's done with Habitat. And while you're all sad to see him go in the many hats that he wears, I am very happy to get him on more build sites because we have more houses to build. So I'm excited about that. I'm here today to talk to you about Habitat for Humanity of Southeast Ohio and what we're doing to address the housing needs in our region. Affordable housing and housing in general, I think we all know what the challenges are. The struggle's real in housing, and the problem is really out of control. The problems in affordable housing and housing in general existed long before COVID-19 and the pandemic, but the pandemic made them really come to the forefront of everything. And housing is really the epicenter of life for us. Without a simple, decent home or a place to live, an affordable place to live, it becomes really difficult to do all of the other things that need to be done in order to live and enjoy life. And one of the biggest issues that we run into, not only aside from affordability, is the lack of quality contractors and reliable contractors in our area. Habitat's model, we talked about accessing capital for individual businesses and startup businesses. Habitat's very similar to that. Habitat's model is based in Koinonia Farm in Americus, Georgia, where the focus was on providing partnership housing and providing capital and not charity, which is, the picture here is from Clarence Jordan, who founded Koinonia Farm, where Habitat was born. And so Habitat's model has traditionally followed this path of providing capital for families to be able to make themselves better through home ownership. There it is. So this is the Habitat that everybody knows, the Habitat of yesterday, building houses with volunteers. Families pay a 0% interest mortgage to our organization. We recycle those payments back in to build more houses. And the families attend education classes through Habitat for Humanity, partner organizations and other businesses that help us put on these classes. And then the families make between 30 and 60% of the area median income and who buy these houses. So this is your traditional Habitat model. However, difficult problems and difficult situations that we're running into require new, innovative, forward-focused, and collaborative solutions. And that's something that Habitat Southeast Ohio has been working on even pre-pandemic in partnership with the Voinovich School and other nonprofit leaders and community members throughout Southeast Ohio. And so what I want to talk to you a little bit about is how we, as an organization, are not only trying to redefine what housing affordability is and how we work towards addressing housing issues in Southeast Ohio, but also how we're trying to show that there's models out there that can be effective in rural communities that are struggling like us in Southeast Ohio with housing issues. So our focus at Habitat Southeast Ohio is to be holistic and collaborative in our approach to housing issues moving forward. And we do that in a lot of ways, and I just want to touch base on it. First of all, we still have our traditional homeownership model. It's our traditional program, but we've done a lot of really cool partnerships with it. One of the biggest partnerships we have is with our land banks. We currently have 4 land banks in our communities that we serve. We work with all 4 of them. In fact, you're about to hear from one of them here soon, the biggest collaborator that we have in the land banks. But also, we're partnering with 4 career centers throughout Southeast Ohio to actually build houses for Habitat. The picture on the screen here is from the Mideast Career Center at the Buffalo campus, right outside of, right north of Caldwell. And that's a house that's being built at the Career Center, modular style, that's then going to be transported to a build site and installed sometime this fall. Another program that we've started is our critical home repair program. This program is really technology. There we go. I made animated slides, my mistake. So our critical home repair program is providing $10,000 0% interest loans to current homeowners to address housing needs around critical home repairs. Most of these homeowners are senior citizens who are seeing housing issues, and we're complementing this amount of money with grant funds available through HAGP and CHIP funding and CDBG funding so that we could do more and create more impact by working together. We also have a unique program to Habitat in Southeast Ohio called microlending. 51% of people who take out one payday loan will take out 5 in the same year. And so our efforts in the microlending program is to address that by providing small loans of $2,000 that help with housing issues, but also help with transportation costs related to housing and medical devices not covered by insurance. Again, taking a holistic approach to housing issues in our region. And that's what that says. Another thing that we focus on and that we're focusing on is our home repair and maintenance classes. A lot of people in this room have been to our new campus just north of Chansey, which we're really excited about. Bailey's, which you're going to hear about some of the things that are going on there later on this afternoon. But we offer training classes to Habitat homeowners, but also community members on how to repair and maintain their own homes. And we're excited to be offering these classes. We're also going to be offering classes here soon about other things related to housing, not necessarily about repairing and maintaining your own homes. You'd be surprised at how many people don't know how to read an insurance policy, a home insurance policy. They don't know what's covered and what's not. They don't understand where their taxes go, things like that. Those are things that we're going to be offering as education classes. And most of our classes are going to start up July 1. Another thing that we've been doing is Project Playhouse. This is an important thing that we started during the pandemic, where we're providing playhouses to children so that they can have a sense of ownership at a young age and develop that cultural idea of owning something that's already theirs. And so we're actually doing a Project Playhouse event in Hocking County next Wednesday and Thursday. And so we'll be doing these in our 8 county service area here soon in every county. But what I really want to touch base on today is our social enterprises. Habitat has really reached out and gone forward on the social enterprise focus, partly and due and mostly due to the fact that we've had a long collaboration with the Voinovich School, and namely the Sugarbush Foundation and Faith Knutson and her team with C and creating the SROI model, which you've heard about. We were one of the, in fact, I think we were the first entity that was thrown into the social return on investment pipeline. We were the test subject. But coming out of that social return on investment study was a metric that allowed us to not only develop a model by which to show funders the impact of what we did, but also we utilized social return on investment to actually figure out where we need to make our next strategic investments as a nonprofit. What came out of that was we can make more impact by investing in social enterprise, and that's exactly what we did. So Habitat Restores, which I'm sure everybody knows of Habitat Restores, we own 3 in Southeast Ohio, 1 in Lancaster, 1 in Zanesville, and 1 in Athens. Last year, combined, diverted 850 tons of landfill waste and construction and demolition debris from the landfill. And our most recent social enterprise that just launched a couple weeks ago is Community Renovations and Repairs, which is a construction social enterprise, in essence, a construction company that's going to be doing projects for veterans, low-income families, low to moderate income families, the disabled, and others. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, they were up doing a major roof repair for another nonprofit. We have a lot of other things happening at Habitat. I'm not going to go into a ton of it because I'm limited in my time, but we have a lot of future programs that we're working on. And I want to let you know that our SORI return on investment number is for every dollar invested at Habitat Southeast Ohio, there's a net return of $59.07 right now, which is huge for us. It's huge. We're currently in the process of applying for American Rescue Plan funding through several of our counties, and the SROI methodology and the numbers have helped us go a long way towards getting that funding to build more houses. But it takes a community, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask. If you're interested in getting involved with us, whether or not my organization or another Habitat affiliate, please talk to me during lunch or afterwards. But we're really excited about where we're going. Affordable housing is a challenge, but we know working together, we can solve this issue. So thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Andy Roberts. I'm the Executive Director of the Muskingum County Land Bank. There we go. So I'm going to touch on some of the stuff that Ken was talking about, our partnerships with them, as well as a few other things that we're working on in redevelopment around Zanesville and Muskingum County. There we go. Just a brief history of land banking in Muskingum County. We started off in 2013, more or less as a passive land bank. We would take forfeited properties and try to get them to adjacent property owners as side lots, things like that. Around 2020, we did a reorg, changed the focus, and started focusing on industrial blight and trying to do infill housing and new builds. What is a land bank? Some of you in here may know this already, but I'll just run through it real quick. It's a quasi-governmental entity, so we have both corporate and government power. The biggest thing that we have the ability to do is to clear title. So we can remove all taxes, all title defects, which makes it a lot easier for people like Ken then to go through and redevelop those sites. Within the state of Ohio, Land Bank has 4 statutory purposes: facilitating the reutilization of vacant land, efficiently holding such property for reutilization, assisting entities to assemble and clear the title, which I just mentioned, and promoting economic and housing development. This is our board. Like so many people have said today, getting a good team in place is critical, and we've got that in Muskingum County right now. This is a program I was just going to do a shameless self-promotion for. We created buildzanesville.com last year. We noticed that there were all these incentives out there, CRAs, opportunity zones, several different tax credits, but there was no centralized location for the average person to actually go out and find this information. So we built Zanesville with the help of a local web developer and put all that stuff in one place, basically just linking back to all those opportunities. So one of the biggest projects that we've worked on with Ken and Habitat in the past was Meade Street development. Meade Street was arguably one of the worst streets in Zanesville. It was well known to all of the law enforcement, and they visited quite often. What we did through the land bank was able to take all the property back through tax forfeiture. We assembled those lots and then periodically would turn them over to Ken, which he built a house, roughly about a house a year over the course of several years. The transformation, which the top picture is from 2014, bottom picture was taken a couple weeks ago. We took some of these residences that were known drug houses and just ill repute. Additional $580,000 contribution to taxable valuation for the county, which equates to about $8,400 per year in real estate tax. Lear development. So this was an additional or an industrial blight that was in our community for several years. Not to go through all of this, but we had a bad operator that came into town, took advantage of some things, ended up halfway demolishing the structure and left the rest of it for the city and the surrounding community to deal with. Around about 2019, we engaged the Ohio Attorney General, which once again, collaboration, working with them, they were able to put pressure on them to get us the site. We then transferred that site to Zanesville City as responsible owner. As of last week, the entire site has been completely cleaned up, and they're getting ready to do a phase 2 to hopefully do the beautiful conceptual drawings that they've put together for redevelopment of that site. So Lear, we got it through tax forfeiture. Then we basically just acted as a conduit to then get it into the city of Zanesville's hand. At that time, the land bank didn't have the needed capital to actually redevelop the site, so we found a partner and made it happen. On to housing. So last year we took possession of a former school building in Zanesville. As so many communities have dealt with this, when the state came through and built all the brand new fancy schools, there wasn't a big plan to deal with all of the old schools that were left scattered around the community. This school sat for 15 years with basically nothing going on with it. Went through several ownerships, ended up getting tax forfeited. We took it, we did a feasibility study on actually redeveloping it into 26 units of multifamily housing. That number came back about double this year with the cost of construction. So we're actually working with Ohio Department of Development right now to get demolition funds to take the site to grade. And then we've already had a few tax credit developers reach out to us about redeveloping the site into about 50 to 80 units. And so that's kind of ongoing right now. Last one, which we're also working with Ohio Department of Development on, hopefully going to hear something back about the award soon. Former Mosaic tile plant, large-scale industrial blight, 14.5 acres. This was the same group that had the Lear site, started to halfway demolish it. We also used the Ohio Attorney General in this one. The landowners ended up signing us over a deed in lieu of foreclosure, and now we're working to get the site cleaned up and rehabilitated, hopefully within the next year or two. Back to partnerships. This is everybody that we work with, maybe not everybody, but a large portion of everybody. None of this that we do would be possible if we didn't have all of these wonderful partners in place. Anybody have any questions? Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Julie Bolin. I'm the Executive Director of Ross County Community Action, and I'm excited to have the opportunity to be here this morning to share about a couple of recovery housing development projects we've recently completed. Oh, there we go. First, I'd like to start with a little background on how we got into recovery housing development. So Ross County, like many of the other counties in our region, have been severely impacted by the opioid and substance use crisis. As you can see on the map, Ross County is in the dark blue, which indicates the highest rates of overdose deaths between 2015 and 2020. And unfortunately, overdose deaths continue to rise. Ross County Community Action has been an active partner in the community's response to this crisis. Our organization started the Heirs program in 2017 and in response to identify gaps in recovery support services in the community. Heirs stands for Community Action Responds, Engages, and Supports Recovery. The program provided care coordination for individuals in SUD recovery. Clients in the Heirs program are provided support to find employment, housing, and other recovery support services. The Heirs program has quickly expanded to also include a community peer recovery support network and a recovery wellness program, which also includes social activities for individuals in treatment and recovery programs, career exploration, job search support, and transportation services. Over the last couple of years, I've had the opportunity to work with the Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission and other regional partners to participate in the ARC Recovery to Work Learning Cohort. Through the work of the cohort, we learned about the various resources available to support substance use treatment and recovery, and we were also able to identify some of the gaps within our region. Through this process, the cohort focused on two specific areas of opportunity to strengthen and develop the region's recovery to work continuum. The first opportunity was to strengthen support for employees in recovery and to the employers who hire them. To achieve this, Ross County Community Action has partnered with the Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission and several other local partners to implement the Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network with the ARC Inspire Grant. The Southern Ohio Employer Resource Network provides support to both employers and employees by providing access to resources for employees in recovery or who are facing barriers to employment, such as transportation, childcare, and housing. The second area of focus was the need to develop recovery housing. Access to sober living opportunities is a critical component for successful recovery and long-term sustained employment. In 2021, the Learning Cohort planned and delivered a virtual two-part Recovery Housing Summit for the region. The Recovery Housing Summit featured several speakers who presented information on the importance of recovery housing, the different levels of recovery housing, and development opportunities. It is through this work that Ross County Community Action saw the opportunity and need for recovery housing to meet the demands for affordable, sober living environments to support long-term recovery. Ross County Community Action has recently completed 2 recovery housing projects, which I'm going to highlight this morning. Both projects required the support and collaboration from several community and project partners. The first project is what we call the Mulberry House, which was completed in the summer of 2021. Ross County Community Action was able to purchase the property and start renovations in 2020. Funding for the project was supported through grants from the Finance Fund, Paint Valley Adam H Board, and contribution from several local churches. Much of the renovation work was completed through a partnership with the Alvis House Reentry Program. Our project coordinator was able to bring program participants on site to complete community service hours while working on the project. This allowed participants to learn new construction and trade skills that could be utilized upon release from the Alvis House. We also partner with Pickaway Ross Career and Technology Center and their adult education electrical program. The instructor and students did electrical work on the project, which provided valuable hands-on skills training experience. Once the renovation was complete, we worked with Ohio Recovery Housing to certify the home as a Level 2 recovery house. This made the Mulberry House the first certified recovery house in Ross County. The certification process included a review of policy and procedures for the recovery house and tenants. The certification process also included a site visit and inspection of the property to ensure safety and operational standards were met. The Mulberry House has 5 bedrooms and provides residency to 5 women in recovery. The women pay an affordable rent of $300 per month, which includes utilities. The rent revenue helps support the operational costs of the house and program. We've also received a few other additional grants to help subsidize the utility and operational costs. The second recovery house project is the Hickory House, which was just completed last month. The renovation project was very similar, but had a few additional partners and funders. Ross County Community Action was able to acquire the Hickory House through the Ross County Land Bank. The property is a duplex and had been vacant for several years and had also sustained significant damage from a fire a few years back. Through funding from the Finance Fund with additional support from the Paint Valley Adam H Board and Junior Civic League, we were able to do a complete renovation of the property, which included a roof replacement, new siding, flooring, drywall, outside deck, and stairs, and also a complete renovation of both kitchens and bathrooms. As you can see from the before and after pictures, the renovation work gave a completely new look to the property, and the inside looks as nice as the outside. The project has been very well received from the neighborhood and community. The Mulberry and Hickory houses are now providing new, affordable, and sober living opportunities for 10 women in recovery. The women are required to be employed and in a recovery maintenance program while residing in the homes. Not only are the house projects providing additional housing options in the community, but have also strengthened local workforce opportunities through the reentry and adult education training programs. We have found this model to be very successful and have plans to continue seeking additional properties and development opportunities to meet the demand and needs in the community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tiffany Swiger. I'm the Housing Director for the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation. And our slogan is actually Revitalize. I didn't just put that up there because that's the theme of today's conference, but it is what we do at YNDC, and we take a neighborhoods first approach to revitalizing our community because without taking care of our neighborhoods, then we don't have cities. We need to take care of the people who are there and who want to live there. I also would add, if you come to Youngstown, Ohio, you'll see all of my trucks that have Revitalize plastered on the side of them. You'll also find out that we have the best pizza in the state of Ohio. I'm highly competitive, so I wanted to throw that out there. So if you're ever visiting, give me a call. I'll point you in the right direction. So I can't talk about affordable housing today without talking about our neighborhood stabilization efforts, because I think one of the most important points about affordable housing, and something that I'm excited to hear from the other folks on stage here, is that it is something that you have to take a holistic approach to. We cannot develop affordable housing in a vacuum. And we've seen it done poorly in a lot of communities, including my own in Youngstown. If you drive through many communities throughout the state of Ohio, you can see in Youngstown, in Toledo, and in other areas, housing tax credit projects that are now boarded up, that were built brand new 15 years ago, where someone just decided, hey, we have some free vacant land and we're gonna build some new houses and it's gonna be great. And now we have a bunch of vacant, boarded up houses that were built 15 years ago. And so it's really, really important when developing affordable housing to take a holistic approach, to look at the entire community, to look at who's already there, and to develop the housing as part of a larger plan. And so that's primarily what I'm going to focus on today. So before I talk about housing, I'm going to talk about some of the other things that my organization does that are really critical in laying the groundwork for developing quality, affordable housing that is sustainable for the folks that live there and that will build equity for those individuals for their future. And so the first thing that we do is neighborhood organizing. We literally go door to door in our communities throughout the city of Youngstown and get feedback from residents, and then organize those residents around the issues that they bring up through that data, so that they can help us to address the issues in their own community, so that they're really empowered to address the issues in their own community. We do a lot of planning, and I'm going to go over that in a minute, but we do very, very basic things in the community, very practical things to lay the groundwork for developing housing. Things like boarding up vacant houses that are unsecure. Things like cutting high grass and planting trees. These are things that are, one, very difficult to fund because they're not very sexy, right? It's not a huge 80-unit apartment complex that we can put on the news. But doing these basic things like cutting grass and boarding up houses have a huge impact in our neighborhood and for the residents who are already there, as well as huge impact for attracting residents to communities that otherwise may be viewed as undesirable, right? We do infrastructure improvements, and certainly I like how everyone up here mentioned different collaborations and partnerships. YNDC as an organization, we're actually quite small and quite young. We've only been around for about 12 years now. I've been there about 10 years. We're about 20 employees strong, and so we're not out making infrastructure improvements ourselves, certainly, but working with our local governments to ensure that the infrastructure projects that are most critical and important to our community members are the ones that are getting funded. We work with our city to improve our parks, make sure that the sidewalks are in good repair, do lighting products, etc. We also work in our community with healthy eating, and we have some very innovative healthy eating programs that I would encourage you to check out on our website, as well as we do commercial development. So we have focused on our Glenwood corridor in Youngstown and developing every commercial property that we can get our hands on to, again, improve the lives of the neighbors in the surrounding communities and neighborhoods. So here is a map. This is getting on to the planning portion of what we do. This is our City of Youngstown 2021 Housing Quality Survey. So last summer, we had 2 interns who surveyed the entire city of Youngstown, literally walked from parcel to parcel and completed a 10-point survey to see what the quality of the housing was in our city. We complete this survey about every 18 months with interns. And so these interns collected all that data, and then we were able to produce this map, which shows you, and it's very small and hard to see because it's our entire city, but you can see in orange, all of the orange parcels are vacant residential structures. So not only did we determine if they were vacant, but we also graded them to determine which structures need demolished to help inform our land bank and our city in what demolitions they're doing, but also what vacant residential structures could be rehabilitated that our agency or private developers could acquire to redevelop into new affordable housing opportunities. But we also, if you look at the map, there are a lot of blue areas on there, and those are all parcels that are occupied residential properties that have code violations. So I think it's important to talk about, when we talk about affordable housing, we're often talking about developing new housing and creating new ownership opportunities or affordable rentals. We often ignore that there are folks who are low income in our community who already live in homes and need affordable housing. And what I mean by that is that perhaps their housing is in disrepair and they need access to be able to replace their roof, to have plumbing upgrades, whatever the case may be. And so those are things that we address as well. And so our affordable housing programs are not just constructing new housing, but a variety of items. So first is owner-occupied home repair. This is a county-wide program. We actually operate in all of Mahoning County for individuals who are under 50% of the area median income. We will replace their leaking roof at no cost to them. We replaced over 100 roofs last year. And we also do emergency repairs that are a little bit smaller. So things like repair and replacement of furnaces that are not functional, replacements of hot water tanks, addressing any plumbing leaks that a client may have, because we know if someone has a plumbing leak, it can obviously create more damage to their property, add to environmental hazards like mold, and so we want to address those immediately. We also do accessibility modifications through this program, so trying to help our seniors, especially age in place. We have a large aging population in Youngstown and Mahoning County, and so we do accessibility modifications like adding ramps to properties, taking out bathtubs and putting in walk-in showers, adding grab bars, those sorts of things. We're also a HUD-approved housing counseling agency, so we counsel individuals one-on-one who want to improve their credit or financial situation to get them to a place where they could either purchase a home if that's their goal, or perhaps get into a better, higher quality rental by raising their credit score if that's their goal. For some folks, they may already own their home or be in a rental, and that home may have issues. They may need to be able to apply for a home equity loan or something to that effect, and we help all of those individuals through that program. We also acquire and renovate vacant homes. So when we talk about affordable housing, I think it's really important that we add the word quality to that, because if we just talked about affordable housing and didn't put quality in there, theoretically 5 years ago, Youngstown was the most affordable housing community in the United States, I would guess. I'm just making that up. But you could buy a house for $1,000 in Youngstown, Ohio, but that doesn't mean that it's livable and sustainable, especially for a low-income family. And so it's really, really important to us to create quality, affordable housing, and you'll get to see some photos of that as we go through the presentation. So we acquire vacant homes and then fully renovate them. We actually have our own in-house construction team. We have a licensed electrician on staff. We have a plumber, we have a carpenter, we have someone who paints, does ceramic tile and floors, all those sorts of things. And they all work directly for us to renovate those homes. We do between a dozen and 20 units a year, depending on the size and scope of each project. And then those homes are either rented or sold. It's also really important to us when we talk about affordable housing and revitalization that we're not concentrating poverty. So keep in mind that we brought in our own in-house construction team so that we didn't have to always use subsidy to renovate our homes. So because we use our own resources to renovate properties often, we don't have to limit who can purchase them, because living in a community that is very impoverished, it is important to us to provide quality housing for anyone who wants to invest in our community. And even folks who are not low income were unable to find quality housing in Youngstown. So it's really important for us to create diverse neighborhoods, which includes mixed income neighborhoods. And so we do a combination of subsidized housing that is restricted to low income individuals, as well as housing that doesn't have that restriction, although it still remains quite affordable because our housing prices are so low, quite frankly, in Youngstown, Ohio. We've also gotten into a little bit of new construction. We've now constructed 5 houses from the ground up in partnership with our county land bank, who has assembled the land for us. And we will hopefully continue to do that as we, as many others, seek ARP funding. We're hoping in the future to even access new market tax credits if we're able to get that ARP funding to match it, to develop a lot of new construction on the vacant lots in our community. But again, it takes a long way to get there, and we didn't just start by plopping a new home into a neighborhood. We're doing infill in communities that we've already stabilized. And finally, we have our revitalized rentals program. So some of the properties that we renovate, we do rent out, because we've realized in our housing counseling that not everyone wants to become a homeowner, and not everyone is necessarily suited to become a homeowner. So we wanted to provide quality, affordable rentals also to those individuals who aren't interested in home ownership, although home ownership obviously is an important goal of ours. So I want to just real quickly go through a kind of case study to show you how all these programs work together. And I promise I'll wrap up soon because I know you guys are dying for lunch. But this is the cover of our Pleasant Grove Neighborhood Action Plan. And this is yet another map that our planners developed to show how we use all of our programs together. So there's various colors on this map, which I know it's super tiny and it's hard to see. But this is a deeper dive into our housing survey and the kind of data that we collect and how it informs our work. So all of the yellow properties on this map, there are a few there, it says demolish via the city of Youngstown. There are some orange properties that say demolish via the land bank. There are some red properties, pink properties that say need code enforcement. The blue ones are potential for YNDC to rehab. So these are vacants that we saw that we think, we could renovate this and sell it to a new homeowner, et cetera, et cetera. So every property that has an issue, we've also aligned with a strategy that we can take as a community, not just our organization, but the land bank, the city, and our neighbors to holistically bring up this neighborhood. I'm skipping all over the place. All right, so here are the results of the work that we did, and you can see on the left some goals, and on the right some of the results of the work that we did using all of these programs together. So 33 properties were brought into code compliance, 6 vacant properties were rehabilitated, 24 vacant properties were demolished. You can see we did a lot of grass cutting, a lot of boarding of vacant houses, we planted 76 trees, and we did, again, very basic things like installing neighborhood signage to make people feel welcome into the neighborhood. And this resulted in a 27% increase in median home sale prices in the neighborhood as a whole. Some more results, again, decrease in vacancy of 42% from 2014 to 2018. This is in big part due to our partnership with our land bank and their demolition of a lot of vacant properties in addition to our renovation. Certainly, we didn't renovate all those vacant structures. Decrease in serious property and violent crimes of 28% in the neighborhood. It's amazing what basic things like cutting the grass and boarding up vacant houses can do for your crime rate in your community. We increased the median home sale price and also increased the bank's mortgage lending activity in the neighborhood. And so here's just our work specifically that we did, again, in 1 year in this neighborhood, because we're very focused on making sure that we address all the issues in a community when we're working there. We own a triplex in the neighborhood. We built 3 houses on the same street. We renovated multiple properties, along with doing our street tree planting and all of those other things, working together to really bring up the home values and create affordable housing in this area. And here, I'm just going to do some real quick pictures before I'm done. So here are a couple of roofs that we've replaced in actually that neighborhood, some before and afters of the roof replacement program. Again, these are done at no cost to the homeowner. This is a home that was vacant for about 10 years that we then renovated. You can see the hole in the ceiling. This is now owned by a new homeowner. This is a triplex that we renovated, and it's now fully occupied on the street. Previously, it was a haven for some drug traffic and illegal activity, so it was really important to the neighbors on that street that we address this before we built new homes on the street, and they informed us purchasing this particular property. And then here is some of our new construction work. This is a home that our land bank demolished, And then this is the new home that was constructed in its place and the new homeowners there. And here's the inside of that property. And again, I wanted to show these pictures just to put a focus on the quality of the housing that we're producing. It's really important to get people into a quality home, especially, as he had said earlier, now, in the post-pandemic era, we've all realized how important homeownership is, even more so now. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists, and I'd like to open it up to our audience for a question and answer segment. So please feel free, if you raise your hand there. Okay, is our microphone coming around? I think we have a couple. Oh, sir, yes.
Hi, this is a question for the last presenter. I noticed that of your 2015 to 2020 goals, some of them were exceeded and some nearly so. I was wondering how your goals have changed over the last few years and whether there were certain goals that you realized, oh, this isn't as important as we expected it to be, or things that we didn't expect to be important are then much more so.
Sure.
And if you could talk on that for a bit.
Sure. I think that our organization, I think one thing that's made us really successful is focusing on the things we're good at. So what we do hasn't changed significantly over the years, except there have been some failed projects. We used to have an urban farm. We are not farmers. So we nixed that, and we've really focused a lot more on housing now and some of the other work. But that's a great question. And one thing I'll say, if I would have given this presentation to you 8 years ago, and I gave a similar presentation 8 years ago, I would tell you that we will never do rentals. We are never going to be a landlord. And through our work, and certainly home ownership is really important to our neighborhoods because we know that homeowners are more invested, obviously, in the neighborhood, typically speaking, than renters are, or that landlords who aren't there are. However, we realized that creating quality, affordable rentals was really important to the community, and there was a huge gap in not having quality, affordable rentals. And so we happened to acquire a triplex, and it was a slippery slope from there, and now I manage 50 rentals. So that's just one example of how, things have changed. I think the dynamics of the neighborhood have changed as we've done our work, and so when we first started, there was a lot more grass cutting to do, and a lot less home renovation, and part of that was, because we had to develop our skills as well. But now, we're working in neighborhoods where we've been for 10 years, and, before it was just, we've got to get these houses demolished, we've got to get, these vacant houses renovated. Well, now we have full streets that have, there are no vacancies, and the homes are renovated, but now we have gaps where those demolitions occurred. So now where new construction wouldn't have even been a thought before, we're starting to get into new construction and infilling some of those gaps to increase the density and restore the fabric of those neighborhoods.
Thank you. I think we had some questions over here.
Hi, I was listening to Julie when this question occurred, but it probably could apply to the other speakers as well. And that was, some of these projects could be subject to NIMBY, not in my backyard kinds of reactions from the neighborhoods. And I'm just interested in how you proactively anticipate and kind of mitigate that in advance, and how you react to it when those kinds of situations arise.
Gets turned on. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that. Yes. So we were concerned about that when we started these projects, but we approached it by just talking to the neighbors in the neighborhood where we were doing the construction projects, and we have not had any issues. It's been very well received. We haven't done a lot of public publicity on the projects to draw attention to the fact that they are recovery homes, but we have been open, and we haven't had any problems operating the houses, and we have a lot of oversight to the homes as well. And so I know feedback from the neighbors has been great and that we haven't had any issues.
Hello, there we go. I'll say the same thing. Talking to the neighbors, I mean, I often talk about this, like imagine like you're sitting on your porch, you know, enjoying, you know, one Sunday evening, and then Monday at 8 a.m. a bulldozer shows up to tear down the neighbor's house or to dig a hole, you know, 8 feet deep right across the street from you. You're going to have questions and concerns and kind of be frustrated because you're not in the know about that. So, you know, being truthful and honest and transparent, getting feedback and discussions like that, that has helped us a ton at Habitat, because there's already misconceptions about what Habitat does. A lot of people think we give houses away. And so defeating that on the outset, right at the beginning, helps that. The other thing that we do is we have our families go around and introduce themselves to their neighbors. And so they see who we're building for. And they see that they look just like the neighbors and the neighborhood. And so that's an important element too.
Thank you. Oh, we have some questions on, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gina.
Really quick question for Tiffany. I imagine you have more requests than you can fill for the homeowner repair program. How do you identify who to help first?
That is a great question. So we've actually done a really, well, it actually speaks to the first question I was asked, which is, you know, how do you evolve with the changing needs of the neighborhood? So I think we've learned over the last 10 years a lot about how to operate that program. And part of it was bringing the scope of it down, right? So our program, the repair program, was initially called Paint Youngstown, and we used to paint houses, which is a giant waste of money, I've decided, because if you paint someone's house in 5 years, it's going to need painted again. And if they're on a fixed income, they're probably not going to be able to afford it again in 5 years. And so we started to pare down that program and determine what are the things that are most critical to the people who live in the homes and to the neighborhood and to the sustainability of those homes. And so that Paint Youngstown program, which used to be, we would, you know, cut down a tree, paint your house, put a roof on it, because that's the funding source that we originally used for that program. HUD would allow all of those things with CDBG funding. We decided to pare our program down to the most critical thing was that the most important thing that people in our community need, based on our surveys, was new roofs. And so by bringing down the scope of the program, we were able to identify those in the greatest need. So in order to even get an application for that program, the individuals who call in have to have an actively leaking roof, and we do go out and confirm that. So we make sure that the people in the most dire need get that assistance. But on the flip side of that, it's also constantly seeking additional funding for the programming. And so our organization, even as recently as this year, has accessed new funding that no one in our community has ever accessed. We got a $1 million grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Cincinnati's AHP program just for roofs. So that's an additional 100 people this year that'll get roofs on top of the 100 per year that we've gotten up to using other funding sources. So for us, it's constantly seeking that. So I'm proud to say that right now, although recently we've gotten so many requests, we're getting back to a point where we do have a bit of a waiting list. We got to a point where we're actively, within months of getting an application, able to fulfill those requests. And based on our most recent survey, there are approximately 800 owner-occupied homes in the city of Youngstown that still need new roofs. My goal is to get through all of those, and at the rate we're going, we'll do that fairly quickly. And then once we do, we can then expand the program out and determine, again, based on our organizing, based on our surveying, what is the next biggest issue that our neighbors need, and how can we provide a program for them?
Hi, my question, I'm over here. Thank you for that. I have a question around sustainable energy and the role it plays in the revitalization programs that you all manage. Specifically, I'm thinking of solar panels. How are you trying to lower the energy bills of the folks that you serve while doing this good work?
So on our end, Habitat Southeast Ohio is more focused on not necessarily solar panels, but making sure the houses are insulated correctly and And our penetrations are foamed and stuff like that. It might surprise some people in here, it might not, but most of the areas that we build in don't have any residential building inspections. And so because of that, there's a lot of things that even with the $400,000 homes that get built that don't meet the energy code requirements. And so we're really focused on that element. We are looking at solar panels and affordability. One of the issues that we've run into is how to replace those if they're damaged. How can a low-income family be able to afford those? So with the decreased cost of panels and some of the other products that are coming online, that's something that we're looking at Habitat Southeast Ohio. But our focus has always been energy reduction and green building.
And I think with that, we'll have to wrap up because it's time for lunch. So please join me in thanking our panel. That was great information. Appreciate that. You're welcome to leave this room. And I have just a few announcements as we get for our lunch break. We have a real short time period for lunch, so we want to allow our panelists on the broadband panel to go ahead and start the lines first. We have buffets on both sides for you. You can go two sides down on one on each side there. This food is the same on both sides, so it doesn't matter which side you go to. If you have special dietary needs, we have vegan options and gluten-free for you. That's going to be over here to the left for you. So we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes. Enjoy. Thank you. Hello. As I mentioned, lunch was going to be brief, so please continue to eat and enjoy your lunch. It is my pleasure to present our next panel. We're going to be talking about broadband, which of course of you have heard through today is so vital for our communities. So I would like to introduce Ryan Collins. He is the moderator for our panel, and Ryan is with Buckeye Hills Regional Council as their broadband coordinator. And then our two next speakers need no introduction, but I will. It's Peter Voderberg. He is the chief of Broadband Ohio, and also Tom Reed, who is the founder of Reed Consulting Group. So our panelists today are going to be discussing how we can improve and expand broadband within the Appalachian region. Please welcome our broadband panelists.
We're all friends up here, so I figured we'd take a more relaxed approach. Mic's not on. Can you hear me now? Yep, cool. Thanks, everybody. We're all friends up here. Tom and Peter and I speak almost every week to each other, so we figured we'd take a little bit more of a relaxed approach to this panel. Just to get started, I know everybody knows who you guys are, but can you just give a short introduction, how you got started in broadband, and where you're coming from?
I'll go first. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Peter Voderberg. I am the chief of Broadband Ohio. We are a division inside of the Department of Development that is dedicated to bringing high-speed internet access to every Ohioan, regardless of where they happen to live. I got started in broadband because when this administration started, they took a very methodical approach towards tackling the broadband digital divide. Even before the pandemic started, we did a request for information to try to figure out what kind of things we can do with the assets the state has. And one of the things that many companies, many locals, and many other people said was important was to have a broadband office. And so I talked to the lieutenant governor and the governor at length about having a broadband office, and they said, well, if you think it's such a good idea, you can go run it. So here I am as the chief of Broadband Ohio, and we've been doing this since March of 2020, and so I started my career in Broadband Ohio on March 1st, and then 1 week later was sent home. Hopefully it wasn't something I said. I think it was something that we all experienced. But we've been taking a really, like I said, a methodical approach towards trying to tackle the broadband divide, the digital divide, and I'm really happy to be here to speak to you about that today. So thanks so much.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Tom Reed. I'm president of the Reed Consulting Group, and really honored to be here today to speak to this great group. I've gotten involved in broadband just shortly after my company was founded. Really started the broadband work about 2007, working on the Southern Ohio Healthcare Network, and then the Connecting Appalachia Initiative. And that was great. We brought middle mile to a lot of places, a lot of schools, a lot of healthcare entities, a lot of cell towers. But the missing gap has still been that last mile to the residential customers and small businesses. So that's the focus now, and I've been really fortunate to be working with Buckeye Hills Regional Council and Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission and the Ohio Mideast Government Association on EDA projects to do the mapping. And the mapping has been quite revealing. We've done county by county mapping, and we've been discussing that with county commissioners. And they're like, finally, we can see what we've known. And that has helped a lot. We've briefed a lot of potential applicants for broadband funding about the opportunities, and we're starting to see the results of that. The first round of Broadband Ohio grants were very much focused on Appalachian Ohio, and we hope the governor's office continues with that focus. And I first met Peter when, with Buckeye Hills, with Brett Alphen from Buckeye Hills, we went up to brief the Lieutenant Governor's office before there was a Broadband Ohio. And I had my usual deck for people who don't understand anything about broadband, right? You have to go through and kind of explain, build up their knowledge. I sat down with Peter and Avi Savini, and we jumped right to the end of the deck, and they started asking all these great questions. I went, okay, we're in good hands. So happy to be here today and look forward to the conversation.
And then just because I'm so new, I think this is on now. If people can hear me, they'll tell me if I'm not. But these two have been kind of juggernauts in the space for a couple of years now. Ryan Collins from Buckeye Hills Regional Council. I'm the broadband coordinator there. Anything and everything broadband, from advocacy to working on projects I work on. Started with the Regional Council like 8 months ago now, and just kind of have been hitting the ground running and drinking from the fire hose ever since, as broadband information just changes literally every single day, and more new things keep coming up. We want to take kind of a perspective on this of where we are going and how we can get Appalachia connected. But before we do that, we have to look into the past and see where we were. And so, in your guys' opinion, what was the broadband landscape just before the pandemic when this huge shift to broadband came about?
Well, just in our region, we've basically been in a digital divide since there's been an internet. The internet dates back to the 60s, but the WWW that we're all used to, that started in the 90s. Appalachian Ohio, really all of Appalachia, was in a digital divide in 1990, and it hasn't improved. So we knew it was in bad shape before COVID. COVID just really helped get us a lot of press attention to the fact that we're in really bad shape from a broadband perspective.
And then from a state perspective, how do you see it, Peter?
Yeah, I think that there's been, a digital divide in a lot of different places, whether it be urban, suburban, or rural. And we've seen, we've done a project in East Cleveland where you would think that in a very urban environment there would be multiple providers that really are there to be able to accommodate people, and there aren't. We've seen suburban environments. Just outside of Marysville, we had a small community that you would think again would have great broadband coverage, and they had nothing. And then obviously, I don't need to explain to any of you the kind of digital divide that exists in the Appalachian region, right? Like the fact that there are multiple different kinds of places all throughout the state where you can go and struggle to have a provider give you the minimum threshold speeds for internet just isn't okay anymore, right? We need to make sure that we are taking advantage of the funds that are coming down from the federal government and from the state government, because there really is a digital divide. And before the pandemic, we really started to focus on it, and I think the pandemic just really made a really bright light shine on it so that people understand that this is an issue that we need to tackle.
Well, it's a really good point about the urban areas too. We really focus on rural in the work we do. But when we looked at the mapping, we saw that East Cleveland problem. Mm-hmm. It came out real clearly. So yeah, good point to remember that it's not just a rural issue.
Yeah, and since you mentioned Cleveland, a fun fact for the crowd here. In 2019, Cleveland was found to be the worst connected large city in the entire country. There are portions of the city where they barely have access to broadband, and that's a myriad of issues when it comes to just connection and then also the affordability piece. Like, there are a lot of residents in East Cleveland who just can't afford to get connected. Mm-hmm. And in the past, it's been seen as well, like, oh, that's not our problem. But the government is starting to really step up and have programs in place to make sure that people can be connected. Thank you for that past perspective. So shifting from 2020 to 2022, what programs are currently going on a regional level to the state level and nationally that are going on to get our residents connected?
Well, I'll start on that one. So we just finished our first round of the Ohio Residential Broadband Expansion Grant, or ORBEG, as we like to call it, although my boss doesn't like me calling it ORBEG. That's just the name that it got. So we, that expansion program was $250 million that basically went out to providers through a competitive grant process. We just awarded $232 million. A good portion of that was in the Appalachian region. And not only were we able to directly fund $232 million worth of projects, but we were able to leverage existing providers who were going to go out and build over the course of the next 2 years, and basically get commitments from them to build over the next 2 years so that we wouldn't give more grant dollars out. And so not only do we have this great opportunity with the $232 million that we've provided, but we have additional 2-year commitments from people where if they do not comply with the 2-year commitments, then they actually owe the state dollars. They owe the state back dollars that we would have otherwise given out in a grant. So in other words, if I was about to give a grant to an area of $1 million and someone came in and said, I'm going to build that in 2 years anyway, and then they don't build it, then they owe the state $1 million because that's the grant we would have given out had they not done that. So we are working really hard on that process. We've had a lot of other grant process, we've had a lot of other grants go out. We've had one in Logan County. We had a telehealth pilot project in Monroe County. We have a huge telehealth pilot project in the Muskegon Valley Educational Service Center zone of 6 counties. So, and we're looking to do more. So we have a lot of projects that are ongoing right now, and we're hoping to be able to announce a couple more projects here in the near future. So,
kind of big picture perspective, I wanted to make sure that everybody understands that this commitment to providing broadband at affordable rates is not something new. This dates back to 1934, the Communications Act, when the Congress said we're going to have equitable, fairly priced services across all of America. And that's how we got telephone services in these areas. So this is not a new goal, it's just that there hasn't been accountability. So over the last 30 years, we've spent $100 billion on this problem, coming from the FCC directly to the big carriers, with no accountability and no specifications. So now we're playing catch up. I just don't want people to feel like this is some new entitlement that has been dreamed up. This is a goal because of the economic, healthcare, and just human improvement, education aspects of good communication services. Telephones worked, we've got to make it work with broadband. And that's why I'm really glad that Broadband Ohio is really focused on accountability. And then when we get this money from the federal program, the BEAD program, that's going to come through the NTIA to Broadband Ohio. So we've got the NTIA that's been very good at keeping grant recipients' feet to the fire. And then we've got Broadband Ohio on top of it that is also very focused on making sure that people fulfill their promises. So I'm optimistic right now, cautiously optimistic about the broadband future.
Can you speak a little more about the accountability piece and kind of how we've shifted the focus to that from the Form 477 data more to what we're working with today?
I'll start you. So sure. So I think the 2 ways that we're working on accountability. One is like we were talking about a minute ago with the 2-year commitments. We have a mechanism by which if they don't comply with the 2-year commitments, then they actually don't receive. They owe the money back to the state. The other way that we're doing it is with the $232 million that we're giving out. We actually have the ability to go through and deny payments if they have not met milestones. So our contracts are milestone based, so they get some money up front, but if they don't meet any milestones after that, then they don't receive any more money. So we're going to be extremely cautious about finding that those milestones have been met to make sure that we are holding those people accountable to building out the networks they said they were going to build out when they applied for the money. And the second thing that we're doing is you'll hear this term like FCC 477 map. Well, a 477 map is this form that providers fill out called the 477, and they basically give it to the FCC, and it says, this is where my coverage territory is. And it overstates coverage a little bit because what ends up happening is if you fill out that 477 form, as long as you have one house that you can provide service to in a census block, the entire census block is covered. Some census blocks in rural areas are relatively large, right? And so when you have only one small corner of that census block having a person in it that has coverage, it means that the entire census block is shown as covered, even though that might not be the case. So what I always like to say is those are like the rosiest picture maps, right? That's like on the best possible day, this is what the state of Ohio might actually look like. All right, and so what we've been doing, and I'll let Tom talk about this a little bit more in detail, but what we've been doing is starting to rely more on speed test data. So what's speed test data? Well, if you've ever been at your house and you've gone to like speedtest.com, or sometimes your own provider will have a little thing that says, do you want us to do a speed test? It's a really simple thing where you basically, your computer tries to get to a certain area, like a certain server, and come back and then tell you how long it took. Like what was the speed with which you were able to communicate with that server and the speed with which you heard back from that server. So using speed test data is using real world on the ground data to be able to make determinations about what speeds people are getting. Now, one thing that can happen with that is it can overstate the problem a little bit, because sometimes people run speed tests on their worst days instead of their best days, because a lot of times we run speed tests when our internet isn't working very well, or is working very slowly. But we've been able to accommodate for that. So we have the 477 maps, which kind of show a rosy picture. We have the Ookla speed test data and the maps that Thomas put together, which are going to show a little bit more of the dire straits that some of the areas that we talk about are in. And the truth is, there's going to be some providers are going to come in and say, no, I serve this area, your maps are wrong. And then our maps are, some people are going to say, oh, the 477 maps are wrong. So the truth is probably somewhere on the spectrum between the two maps. Probably closer to the middle, probably a little closer to the side that we are on with the Ookla speed test data. But by using those Ookla speed test data, we are no longer just relying on the FCC maps. And the good news is the FCC, in their current mapping round, is accepting speed test data as a way to challenge the maps that they're coming up with. So they have acknowledged that speed test data is a way that we can say, look, we want to be more accurate in the way that we're mapping the state of Ohio, mapping the United States in general. So.
Yeah, the speed test data was really a revolution for us in terms of being able to visualize the extent of the problem. In the state of Ohio, we ended up with over 9 million individual speed tests that we're able to use right out of the gate. And fortunately, Innovate Ohio, Broadband Ohio licensed that data and made it available to us through Buckeye Hills. That's how we did a lot of the mapping. And the Form 477, what I like to call it is the trust but never verify. That the FCC just accepted whatever the carrier said. And I'm a little more skeptical of the 477, just because we've found so many cases of just dramatic overstatement, kind of unbelievable levels of overstatement. But now, all of a sudden, when I've been walking around telling people that our old copper cable supported telephone services are decrepit, they're 70 years old, they can no longer provide even reliable telephone service, let alone broadband. And at first, a few years ago, the telephone companies would push back. Then they just got quiet. Now they're going, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's all rotten, because they're lining up to try to get some of this grant money as well. So the accountability piece with the speed test is we'll be able to see the change, if there is a change in the speed test data as we move forward. And we're working on that statistically now to iron out that process so that we'll be ready as people start saying, oh yeah, we deployed that area. We'll be able to see whether it's true or not.
Thank you. And just for those in the room, because when I first started, I had no idea how a census tract was defined. In an urban area, it would make sense for a census block. If one house is lit up in an urban area, that entire census block's more than likely lit up, because a census block is just any area that is encompassed by a road. And so in a city, that's normally a city block. But in our rural areas, that can go for miles and miles. And that's just in Appalachian Ohio. Thinking of it from a national perspective, what about when you get out into the deserts in Montana and into just the rural expanses in the western parts of the country? I can't even imagine what those maps would look like with speed testing. So thank you for that, both of you. Is there anything currently that we could be working on and doing better, such as like digital equity, or working on making sure to standardize costs for deploying infrastructure?
Well, the digital equity piece, I've been really focused on trying to get the broadband out there. Quickly on the heels of that, the digital equity piece will be really critical, and it is critical already in areas that are fortunate enough to have broadband, that we want to make sure that every household can gain access, because the economic, educational, healthcare lift from having good broadband is so tremendous. Just in Medicaid, Medicare savings, we could probably fund the entire nationwide build. And then educationally, I just don't know what people do if they're trying to learn these days and they don't have access to the internet. I do a lot of research in my work. Well, I do that almost all through the internet. Sometimes I end up meeting people that way, and we end up with phone calls and conversations, but it all starts with my research on the internet. So the equity piece is really important, because leaving kind of this child potential behind. I don't know if you've ever been involved in the Chorus group, the Coalition of Rural Appalachian Schools. I attended my first meeting to that a few weeks ago, and it's stunning. The issues that our schools are dealing with socially and economically with our children, it's way beyond what we should expect of our educators, but they're doing the best they can. And making sure that each of those kids' potential, we water it as much as we can, and internet is one of the ways that we water it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, let's do a little experiment here. How many people out there have internet? Raise your hand if you actually have internet in your house. All right, yeah. How many of you have used it to Zoom or Teams or do something online for your work? Okay. How many of you used it to research something before you bought it or something else, right? Can you imagine well, let's do this one. How mad do you get when it turns off, right? How many of you get super angry when it turns off even for 10 minutes because something went wrong? You know, we're on the phone immediately, right? I mean, I'm the kind of person who, you know, with my provider, they have a little ticker that they shouldn't have that basically says, like, here's how long you have to wait for it to turn back on. And I'm, you know, by my clock looking at it, making sure that it turns on when they said it was going to turn on, right? It isn't, you know, internet is no longer just a luxury. It's a necessity. Like, we're using it for things that people never thought we were going to use it for before. To stay connected to the modern economy, to stay connected to one another, to use it for entertainment, but to use it for work, for telemedicine, and for education. And one of the things that we need to do better at Broadband Ohio, that we are working on doing better, is digital equity and inclusion, right? We, like Tom and Ryan, one of the things that we're really worried about is availability, right? Because you have parts of your area that you know very well as local leaders that do not have coverage, right? And that's not acceptable anymore. Like, to be able to say, like, oh, there's a place that's down the road where the person has to spend, you know, $500 a month to be able to get internet because of how bad the area is, that's not acceptable, right? So we need to work on that. But we also need to work on it when it's someone who goes, oh, well, I can't afford $30 a month for at-home coverage because I just don't have the means to do that. Well, then we need to get them involved with the ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Program, through the federal government that can actually take care of that $30 a month. We need to work with our providers to make sure that we have low-cost solutions that are effective. And we need to work with people so that they have digital literacy skills, so that they know how to use the internet, so they can use it for Teams, use it for Zoom, use it for telemedicine. Because we've worked with the Library Council, and they have a tier 1, like a low-level help desk in the Cincinnati region, and you'd be amazed at how many people call them up and say things like, hey, I just got a tablet, what's an Apple ID, right? Because they've never had one before, so they don't know, right? Or they say, what's an email? I don't have an email address, and it won't let me turn the tablet on without putting in an email address to be able to use it, right? And so we need to make sure that, and no matter where you are, not only do you have the availability, but you have the capability of finding the skills necessary to be able to use the internet and use those tools. So on Broadband Ohio's website, we have a thing called Finder, which actually helps you find certain classes and certain digital equity programs that are nearby. It's just starting to get off the ground right now. We're working on filling it out and making sure it's ready. We're talking about hiring a digital equity and inclusion person on staff so that we can help people do things like the Affordable Connectivity Pilot Program. We also want to make sure that we are doing digital literacy and equity and inclusion programs all throughout the state to make sure that not only are we giving you availability, but that it's affordable and that it's usable. So that's what we're doing. So that's what we need to work on.
Awesome, thank you. And with that perspective on where we are now, let's look a little to the future. What programs, and specifically, I wanted to talk a little bit about IIJA and how is that going to affect the state of Ohio and the Appalachian region?
I will start, and then Tom can fill in. So I'm going to, first I want to define two terms for you. This is a crash course in internet connectivity. So the first one is last mile connections, right? So what a last mile connection is, it isn't a mile, like we call it last mile. I wish we called it something different. But it's last mile connectivity is anything that brings internet into your home. So we're going to go back and do some more audience participation. How many of you have a wire that brings internet into your house, whether it be a copper wire or a fiber wire or something? Okay, a good amount of you. How many of you have a wireless receiver that brings internet into your home? All right, a good amount. And we'll ask the last one. How many of you have satellite that brings it into your home? There's one. I was in Dayton just this morning, and there was one person in Dayton as well who had satellite. So
I'll add one more thing. How many people have a mobile hotspot that brings into their home? Who uses cell phone?
All right, so we even have a handful of cell phone. So all of those things, those are your last mile connection, because that's what brings it into your house. Again, it may be a mile. We've actually had some last mile connections that are as long as 40 miles because of how close the nearest middle mile infrastructure is. So when we say last mile, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about what brings the internet to you into your house. And then we have the middle mile infrastructure. Now the middle mile infrastructure is what connects to that last mile connectivity and then brings it to the greater internet. So it brings you to Zoom, it brings you to Teams, it brings you to Facebook, it brings you to Epic so that you can do telemedicine, or for me, it brings me to kitten pictures, right? Like, it just depends on what your personal preference is as to what it's going to bring you to. And so the reason I want to bring that up is because I want you to understand when we talk about these things, what they're actually going to be used for. So the first really big one is the BEAD program, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, also known as BEAD. At a minimum, it's $100 million to expand broadband all throughout the state of Ohio. It may be between $500 and $1 billion additional dollars. Now that may sound like a lot, but I want to point out that for the $250 million program that I had, we had $1.5 billion with a B dollars worth of ask for people to get grants. So it's a big problem in the state. We have a lot of areas that need to be covered, and the BEAD program providing us between $500,000 and $1 billion isn't that off the mark for what we've seen from requests from our providers. And again, that's providers going for the grant. This isn't me or Tom and his maps or Ryan. These are providers saying these are the areas that we know need help with coverage. Please give us that money. So that's the first thing. The second thing is there's a middle mile infrastructure build, and the middle mile infrastructure build will build that middle mile stuff that I was talking about that's much more, that's much longer, basically. It's what brings you to the greater internet. It connects data centers, it connects other things, and you'll see, we're gonna see if we can put together a statewide plan to really talk about how to increase our chances of getting some of the money from the middle mile infrastructure grant because it is competitive. $100 million we get no matter what, middle mile infrastructure is competitive. And then the last one is the Digital Equity Act, where we're gonna have an opportunity to go after funds for digital equity and inclusion efforts. So that one, we're going to create a statewide plan. We're going to then execute the plan and do grants to local entities to be able to do digital equity and inclusion efforts. That's the three big things that are coming down. And I'm going to let Tom fill in because I know there's even more. So,
well, it's really exciting when an area gets funded. Big celebration, right? We've got the funding, but it is not over. You've just gotten started, and there are a lot of issues with actually deploying these networks. It's a infrastructure build, not that different from building a road or a sewer system or a water system. It's a big infrastructure play. You're either attaching to existing utility poles and they have to be made ready, a lot of them have to be replaced, or you're figuring out how to bury it. It's a lot of work, a lot of right-of-ways, a lot of permits, a lot of obstacles along the way. There's big supply chain issues right now. I think we can address all of these, but the quality of the grant recipient becomes really important. Is that grant recipient actually capable of tackling all those challenges and getting the build out complete? From what Broadband Ohio did in the first round, some of them went to really big players like Spectrum. Some of them went to really small players like JB Nets. But I was impressed with the quality of the awardees. That, yeah, JB Nets is very small, but I've known of them for a long time. They're very committed to their community. I believe they will successfully deploy. But I just want to let you know that it's a really big challenge post-funding to actually make these things work.
And thank you for bringing that up, because my next question was, what are the issues that we're going to face going forward? Nationally, in fact, globally, there are huge supply chain issues across the board in all fields. And then you bring up make-ready work, and we already talked about the accountability piece. How are those issues going to be affecting us here in Ohio and across Appalachia? And how can we address them?
Well, from the supply chain aspect, the big thing that I coach recipients on is projecting out your requirements across the entire course of the project. You can't say, oh, we'll place the order for the first piece of the network and then wait and order the next piece, because you restart the shot clock every time. If it's going to take a year to get your fiber constructed, to actually then manufacture your fiber, you don't want to place an order and then 3 months later place another order, and 3 months later place another order. You want to place one order so that you secure all your manufacturing slots. So I've talked to Corning a lot about this process. The other manufacturers do it too. You say, I want to buy 15 million feet of fiber of these different types of strand counts, and here's when I want them delivered. And they reserve manufacturing slots for you then. So that's really important in any of these material sort of things, is to reserve your manufacturing slots. You might have a big delay for that first delivery, but the manufacturer has now assigned you slots in their existing capacity. So to me, that's the biggest way I'll deal with supply chain issues.
And I think from our perspective as the state, as the funder, what we always try to do is be flexible, right? So we're going to hold people to be accountable for the timelines that they give us. So, but we can be flexible on the front end and say, like, look, we know that make ready is going to be expensive. We know that, it's going to be difficult to be able to order fiber and things like that. And so what we've been able to do is, there isn't a cap on the amount of money you can ask for from our residential broadband expansion grant. So it did allow for some of the smaller providers and some of the harder to hit places to ask for more, so that they can make sure that they can accommodate all those make ready costs in these areas where it isn't just going to be replacing one pole or replacing 2 poles for every 5. It's going to be replacing all 5 poles for every 5, right? And so we've worked with providers on the front end to basically say, like, look, once you give us a timeline, it's the timeline that we're going to use, but we can be flexible with the way that you apply to make sure that you are considered correctly, and that you won't just be, to not worry about being like, oh, well, it's too expensive or things like that. That's not going to necessarily disqualify you. We are looking at a lot of different other factors. So,
awesome. And for those that aren't involved in broadband work every day, make ready work, it's when a broadband provider will work with the local utility, whether it be AEP, Washington Electric Co-op, so on and so forth. And they work with them to go out and see what poles they need to get hooked up onto, and they need to see, is that pole so old and decrepit that it needs replaced? Does it just need new attachments put onto it? Is the fiber going to be too heavy, so we need to put in a new a new middle span pole in order to make sure that it doesn't hang so low down to the road? Or is this part of the network good and we don't need to touch it? And thank you for that. So before we go into questions, I wanted to ask, what can our communities be doing now to help with broadband deployment or applying to programs? Or are there any education programs out there for communities to become a part of to learn how to go through this process?
Sure, I will. There are 3 things that I can think of right now. The first is local champions are key, right? You need to have a local champion. There needs to be someone in your community who really cares about this issue, because without a local champion, it's very difficult for us to get projects off the ground. We have multiple pilot projects. Each of the pilot projects we've used, either whether it be telehealth, whether it be wireless infrastructure, or anything in between, we have had a local champion, whether it be a county commissioner, a mayor, a township trustee, a local school board superintendent, right? Like it doesn't matter who it is, it just matters that someone is extremely passionate about bringing broadband to their community. The second thing is, your communities better than I ever will, right? Even with my mapping, I don't know what those neighborhoods are that don't have broadband. You do. You and your champion will know that. Really coming up and saying, like, okay, this is the area that we want to tackle, coming up with that problem and saying, like, we want this neighborhood to have connectivity that doesn't have it today. And then coming up with what assets are there. Do you have towers there? Do you have infrastructure there? Is there middle mile infrastructure close? We can help you figure out all of those, the answers to all those questions, but you need to help us figure out what area you think makes sense to tackle first so that we can go ahead and work together to solve the problem. And the last thing is right now we have a cohort program application that's available right now on the street. We'll make sure Patrick is in the back, we will make sure that we can get it to Ryan so that he can get it to all of you, where you can apply to be cohorts. It's basically a 14-week sprint where you meet once a week for 2 hours and then come up with an actual broadband plan. At the end of it, it's in conjunction with the Heartland Foundation and Benton Institute. So we are working to create those local leaders and that local infrastructure so that we can have project plans to go forward with and actually fund, or I shouldn't say fund, because we want to help find funding for them once we get to the end of those processes. So.
And I'll add to that program, just because it's a big question that gets asked. The cohort program that Peter is speaking about, 100% free to communities.
Right.
I 100% encourage anybody, put together a team and apply and see if you can get in. It's 100% free, and you'll learn a lot of really great information if you have not been involved in broadband work up until this point, because they'll be talking about how to do a feasibility study, how to put together a good team, how to put together an RFP and a proposal, how to work with a private company if you need to bring in a spectrum like Ashley and Brian there in the back, or if you need to work with just a middle mile infrastructure like WANRAC with Colleen at her table. And so it's just really great, and I highly encourage that.
Yeah, on the planning phase, most of our work has been with the ARC designated local development districts. So Eastgate, Omega, Buckeye Hills, and OVRDC. We found that to be a really good kind of planning unit geographically, that they know their areas really well. The staff has good outreach to the county commissioners and the mayors, and planning at that scale has been really effective. That broadband needs don't end at a county boundary. There's a corner of Athens County that goes up against Morgan County. It's hard to reach that corner of Athens County without coming from that other corner of Morgan County. Same thing with a lot of the middle mile builds. Middle mile builds, you don't just stop at the county boundary. So it's really helpful to have this broader sense and then, drill down into the individual advocates in those communities.
Awesome. And then one thing that I wanted to add that we're involved with at Buckeye Hills, we're a part of an organization called NDIA, which is the National Digital Inclusion Alliance. And they have put together a program called the National Digital Navigator Corps. They're going to be funding 18 full-time positions across the country to do digital equity work. And so they'll provide funds for that full-time position, the administrative costs for that, and also funding for devices in the community. And last time I checked, I do not believe that there is a matching fund required from that organization. Their LOIs are due by May 20th, the same time that the applications are for the Community Accelerator Program. And so if you think that's a good fit for your community, please apply. I have that information. You can reach out to me and I can get that to you as quickly as possible. And then Tom, going forward, is it still important to be doing speed testing as we go forward just to see where networks are, how they're being built, and just so we can still keep filling in the picture where we don't have data?
Yeah, encouraging speed tests is really important. You go to the Connecting Appalachia website, and we've got a process there for you to go through the speed testing.
Perfect. And then I know we're going to go a little over time, but we did start a little late. So I want to take two questions. Yes, Mayor Tom.
Yeah, I'd like to ask, for most community leaders, this is the first time we've had direct access to broadband funding, whether it's the CARES Act. This is the first time that local community leaders have had direct access to broadband funding with the CARES Act, ARPA, and now with the $500 million that the governor's proposing. In Somerset, you're familiar with, we've done a pilot where a company has asked us to put equipment on the water tower. And that was the only decision-making process that my village council had to say, can you put something on the tower, yes or no? And that technology is a new technology and it's wireless. Maybe could Peter or Tom or you just speak to, is that something that should be on our radar, that non-fiber solution that's out there?
Sure, I'll jump in first. So Broadband Ohio is technology and provider neutral. So many of our projects are wireless right now. So we have a wireless project in East Cleveland. We have a wireless project in Logan County. We have a wireless project in Middletown. We have a wireless project in Washington County. We have a public Wi-Fi, which is actually wired up to the public Wi-Fi point in Mount Healthy. But our projects kind of run the board. So from our perspective, I think wireless technology is a great way to get internet connectivity quickly out into a community. I think it has a place, especially in certain areas. And I really do think that, especially with depending on what assets you can bring to bear, whether you have water towers, high points, things like that, depending on how flat your region is, depending on the area that you're trying to cover, I think it is a methodology that you can use very effectively to bring internet connectivity out into an area.
Yeah, given that it's an infrastructure play, I like to think of 30 or 40 years. What are our broadband needs going to be in 30 or 40 years? And it's increasing tenfold per decade. So the only technology right now that can meet that is fiber optic cables. So I'm a very strong advocate of fiber to the home. However, I've shifted my tune a little bit, Tom, in terms of I saw these wireless things as purely a short-term play. But actually, because we create de facto monopolies, so we award an area, a very rural area with very low population density, and a Spectrum or a Horizon or somebody like that moves into that area. Well, no one else is ever going to build it. So they've become a de facto monopoly. So if we end up with these county-driven projects that say, well, no, we want to have wireless across that too, now we have a competitive foil. And so I think a competitive foil is great. And when we bring 5G to the area, it'll be a pretty strong competitive foil to really keep those wired providers' feet to the fire. Wouldn't it be great if you're sitting there going, gee, which internet option will I pick?
And to echo what both of them were saying, I also can see wireless providers as being a good stopgap for these communities. As we've talked about with the supply chain issues that we're going to face, the amount of grant programs that are coming out, it's going to take time for fiber to reach these communities. Wireless options can be deployed rather quickly. They can be deployed within a few months as long as the existing infrastructure is there to put it up on like a water tower or so on and so forth. And so that can be used while you're waiting for fiber. And then down the line, you can move that wireless infrastructure as well with the company into an area that still hasn't been hit by fiber in your community. And you can keep moving it until, unfortunately, yeah, your community may not need it anymore, but it'll be hooked up to fiber going forward. Then anybody else? Oh, yeah, let's grab somebody over.
Hi, everyone. John McCracken, USDA Rural Development. I want to thank the panel. A lot of great information. And wanted to give an additional plug for a program Peter mentioned in passing. The Reconnect program by USDA we're on our 4th round. There's an additional $2 billion, more than $2 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure bill. So far, we've had 3 rounds. There's been 1 application from Ohio. And so Peter and I were talking is how can we use kind of the systems that the state's helped build up to really connect applicants to all these different funding sources. So really appreciate Peter's leadership and the governor's work on this to see what we can do to utilize all the federal funding sources. And again, this is USDA Rural Development, so it's really geared toward communities under 20,000. So just wanted to make a plug there, but really appreciate the work of Tom and Peter and the local development districts as well. Thanks.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, and I saw a gentleman standing up there in his blue shirt.
Is that a viable interim solution relative to the final mile? And it seems like it would be cost effective rather than building the infrastructure in particularly rural areas such as we have here.
Sure. So we actually have a Starlink pilot project that's going on right now. It actually just finished up, and it was just outside of Marysville, into a community that didn't have any connectivity. It was a partnership between Innovate Ohio, Broadband Ohio, and Jobs Ohio, who did a great job of making sure that project went forward. It worked very well. For those of you who don't know what Starlink is, it's low orbiting satellites. So basically they're satellites that go around the Earth in a much lower orbit than traditional telecommunications satellites do. And by being in a lower orbit, it means that they have less latency. Latency is like how long does it take when I talk, when I'm online? How long does it take to actually go through the wires to get to where it's supposed to go and then come back? The latency is very low on low orbital satellites. So you can use it for Teams, you can use it for Zoom, you can use it for telehealth, you can actually use it for the things that people want to use it for. It was very effective where it was deployed. A couple of things about it is it By itself, it can be very expensive. So it's $500 to get the initial unit, and then it's $100 a month to be able to accommodate the unit. Right now, they do not participate in ACP, I don't think.
Not last I checked.
And so, which means that you cannot get the $30 off a month that you would normally get. So there's some cost, it's cost prohibitive for many people. And then we also run into the issue of making sure, like as small of an area as you need to be able to see in the sky, there are still some areas that have a lot of foliage that are in hilly areas where it still doesn't necessarily make complete sense. But what I guess that's a long way of saying, yes, we are very much looking at it to see what we can do with it. It has some limitations that we're exploring right now, and we're trying to see if we can, what we can do as a state to encourage its adoption where it makes sense for people who can afford it, or to find ways to make it more affordable for people who need it.
Yeah, I think Starlink's a really interesting innovation. I'd never bet against Elon Musk. He's had some big wins, and you see the impact it's had in Ukraine in that conflict, for him to be able to ship dishes over there and keep them connected. It has some of the same limitations as fixed wireless solutions, is the terrain, the foliage, and the overall capacity. If you're sitting there on a horrible connection right now or no connection, it's huge if you get one of those dishes. A really great solution. And it's going to be an ongoing competitive foil, like we were talking about with the fixed wireless.
Yeah, and I don't want to count out any technology. It does have its limitations, like Peter said, with the costs, and then Tom mentioning the foliage, and just, it's hard to get through our trees here. These trees have been around for hundreds of years. We're not going to be tearing them down either. And so it's hard to have a wireless solution or a satellite solution. But every broadband option has its place. Every community will have different needs. Every community will have different wants when it comes to their broadband. Maybe some of them don't want to put up a wireless solution on a water tower. Maybe some of them don't want a large company coming in and building fiber. But it's up to that community to then choose the option that's the best fit for them. And thankfully, there's a bunch of options out there. And we have individuals like Peter and like Tom and organizations like Buckeye Hills where you can reach out to us and we can work with you to get that solution that you want for your community. And I just want to thank the panelists for coming today and answering all the questions.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if anybody has any other questions about any of the programs we spoke about, please reach out to us. You can come and speak to us here at the conference, or you can get our information. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
I think you can go over there. Thank you. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. They make broadband exciting and fun and something to look forward to. We're really fortunate to have 3 experts at our conference today. But in respect for your time, we had to cut that a little shorter than we wanted to, I'm sure. And it is now my pleasure to introduce our last panel. This is on tourism on rural Ohio, and certainly within Appalachia, our small communities depend heavily on the tourism and the economic development it spurs. So please help me in welcoming the moderator for the panel, who is Jessica Keaton. She is the OVRDC's Economic Development Coordinator. And our panelists, we have a few. And Eli Florney is the Executive Director of Sugarbush Valley Impact Investments. We have Hunt Brawley, who's the Executive Director of People's Bank Theater, which I've been to and really enjoyed. We have Brent Lane, who is the Senior Executive in Residence at the Voinovich School. And we have Daniela Winchell, who is the Executive Director of the Ohio Wines Producers Association. So we will have a question and answer segment. Please wait for the microphone so our virtual audience can hear your questions as well. And I'm really excited to hear what our panelists have to say. And we have Jessica to start us off. Thank you. Are we doing the video?
Yeah, we're doing the video.
Okay, we have a video that OVRDC has put together on tourism. So please enjoy the video.
Ohio tourism is a $38 billion industry. Thanks to generous help from the Economic Development Administration's CARES Act funding, the Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission has been conducting a regional tourism study for the 12-county area we serve in southern Ohio. Workshops and focus group meetings have been held to share strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities which outline a plan of support for southern Ohio's tourism industry.
We have been working with OVRDC for the last roughly a year to look at tourism in the region. What are the patterns of tourism? Who is visiting and what are they visiting? And taking that information and using it to draft some strategies for the region moving forward so that it can capture a larger share of the potential visitors. There are three core things that I think are driving tourism or could drive tourism. The first is nature, outdoor recreation. Secondly, we have what we're calling the diverse attractions. This could be anything from Dogwood Pass to raceways, county fairgrounds. And then the third thing is that Native American history piece, and that's an unusual one. Some of those sites anyway tend to draw from further than other places. The top things that we're looking at here, of course, outdoor recreation is number one, and that crosses most of the region. We look at this as Ohio's wilderness. And I think that's something that is going to resonate with the people who are visiting the area. It ties in all of the outdoor activities, the idea of exploration, getting out beyond their usual spots where they've visited in the past, visiting some of the lesser known, smaller sites throughout the region. It ties in with the history. It ties in with the Ohio River. We want to see a more collaborative regional approach. And if you think about the way a typical person visits an area, they may have a primary destination. Maybe you're coming here to go to Shawnee State Park. We'd like to see you make that trip into the Bonifil district in Portsmouth. Go visit one of the Amish stores along the way. Just trying to get people to add on and build a larger visit that isn't just focused on one location or one county, but crossing over into several different attractions throughout the region.
So as most people are aware, we are up for UNESCO designation with the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks. We're looking for the designation to actually happen July of 2023. So what that really is going to do is open the floodgates of both international and just tourists from all over the country. There's only 25 sites in the US. So the expansion and exposure that's going to give us to bring people into our region to experience everything else is going to be a key for the state of Ohio and our area specifically. Things that we really need are more local owned shops and restaurants and expanding hours of our current establishments and really helping people with wayfinding of how to get around the region. But I think we're on the right track.
A third of the county is the Wayne National Forest. So get out and enjoy the outdoors, kayaking. There's so many things to do at the forest recreationally. I think collaboration is key, working with folks across the river here. We work with folks in Kentucky and West Virginia. Again, it's a networking opportunity to show folks what we can do in numbers and how we can really showcase our area. And as a tri-state across the river, there's so many assets here, and it's great to work together.
We have about 20 miles worth of trails within the Highlands Nature Sanctuary. Lots to look at, caves, waterfalls, outcroppings, and then we do have, right now, the biggest attraction is our spring wildflowers. I'm seeing a lot of people coming from Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Portsmouth, and even coming from Hocking Hills to Highlands Nature Sanctuary in Highland County. So I think the outdoor attraction is a real big tourist attraction for people. People want to get outside. They want to see the beauty of Ohio wildlands. You know, we are in a very secluded area. So even the broadband cell service, I mean, if we could do something about that, maybe we could actually get more people. We do have 9 different lodges where people can visit. A lot of times when they come, they have no service within the lodges. But other things that we could do is just really help getting the word out there. We're a very small nonprofit. We do our best with our website and Instagram, social media, advertising, but any way that we can get our name out and about in the public.
I think we have some wonderful groups and wonderful people who are working on promoting our region. We just need to help them spread the word through social media, through whatever venues we have where we're talking to people to get the word out about our fantastic region.
We have a great variety of outdoors, 2 state parks, tons of hiking. We've got quite a few waterfalls throughout the county, in addition to our shops. And the one big need that we have in our area is just more lodging. We have a lot of variety of things for people to do, just not a lot of places for them to stay at this point.
And we have so much of what people
want to get away from. We have the downtowns and the cities, and so what we have out here in Appalachia is like they want to just relax and be in nature and stuff, and there's no other better place to do that than Southern Ohio.
We were talking actually before the presentation about the covered bridges in the area and how to figure out how to get those preserved and maintained. So that is a huge opportunity there. And another thing is a lot of our hiking trails. I'm an avid hiker. A lot of our hiking trails, you get there and you don't know where to go because they're not being upkept and maintained.
Yeah, nature and history is so prevalent here. But if we don't maintain it, we don't preserve it, once it's gone, it's gone. So we really like some resources on how to take care of our past. Taking care of our past and preserving our future.
Love that. We just need the dollars.
Past the first slide. There we go. So I'm Eli Flournoy. I am so excited to be here. I look out and I see it's all my peeps are here. It's so great to be here with all of you. And I'm from Athens, and I live in Atlanta now, but I'm back working in Athens frequently. And before I get started talking about the Bailey's mountain biking trail, I just want to say that everyone is talking about Southeast Ohio and Ohio University. And the reason why everyone is talking about what's going on here, it's because of all of you, it's because of all the collaboration that's going on here and the connections between all these organizations. And I've heard it mentioned several times today, and Ken brought up social return on investment, impact measurement. Someone asked a great question about how are we measuring all this. And so before I get started, I want to give a shout out to one of my family's main advisors and one of the leaders in this region, Faith Knudsen. Faith, wave your hand over there. What Faith has done in putting together the team, the social enterprise ecosystem team, which I have the honor and privilege of serving as an executive in residence and business coach in the SEED program, and putting together the SROI team led by Allison Rickett, and the focus on impact measurement has made Ohio University and this region the leader in the United States in impact measurement. And mark my words, this is going to transform the whole impact industry and impact community. And you can see example after example, like Ken mentioned, of this social enterprise construction company. This type of impact measurement and putting financial metrics to that is going to transform the opportunities for businesses to grow throughout the region. So I wear several hats in this community. I represent a family office and work together with my sister Hailey over here, Hailey Voss, and my dad, Don Flournoy, over here. And we have a family office, a LLC called Sugarbush Valley Impact Investments. We're doing triple bottom line investing in the areas of renewable energy, zero waste industries, local foods, rural broadband, and we have a 400-acre farm business incubator that we're working in partnership with Rural Action, a local organization, to do innovative business development. I also serve as a director on the Sugarbush Foundation, which is a foundation that my parents started at Ohio University. It's a supporting organization to the Ohio University Foundation. And what we are looking for are non-extractive business models, and we're looking to take an asset-based approach. We're not looking for problems out there. We're looking for assets. We're looking for the acid mine drainage that's coming out of streams, because that can be used for paint pigment. And we're looking for opportunities like the Bailey's Trail system. So I'm really excited to be able to have the opportunity to talk about the Bailey's mountain biking trail system. Because as this conference is called, this is a regional vision for revitalization. We're in the process of building 88 miles of world-class mountain biking trails that combine conservation of the environment, outdoor recreation for economic development for everybody. So the Baileys is a collaborative effort of local governments that have come together. It's led by the incredible Jesse Powers, the executive director, and they created the Outdoor Recreation Council of Appalachia. And they looked into the only national forest that we have in Ohio, over 9,000 plus acres, is going to house the Bailey's Mountain Biking Trail. And already, you can see it's located here in southeastern Ohio. And already $10.2 million has been raised. $3.5 million of that, just over $3.5 million of that was raised last year with the incredible help and partnership of Sunday Creek Horizons, who's represented here in the audience. They were able to get $2 million from the state on the state budget line item, and then another $1.5 million from the ARC and a power grant. And that was the result of financial commitments from the city of Athens and and Athens County coming to table and to put local investment in. So went too far. So we've got 31 miles built already, probably or higher than that right now. There's construction going on right now, and 57 miles to go. You can see the trail system outlined there on the map. And ultimately, it'll be 88 miles of mountain biking trail, and the impact that this is having on the community already, on economic development, is incredible. So we're at already in the first year of operations, so the period between July 2020 and June 2021, had nearly 55,000 visitors and over $5 million in economic impact. So 3.6 million of that was from outside visitors. And the larger impact that I want to talk about, so if you compare this to the 10-year projections that they did in 2019, they were looking at over 10 years, $40 million in economic activity, 78 plus new jobs in Athens County. So in the first year, with only less than half of the trails built already, they were over $5 million. So they're going to blow this figure out of the water. Now, what's interested us, all right, slow down. What interested us and my family in this opportunity was the so-called cluster opportunity, the ability to take the Bailey's Trail and all the visitors and the activity that's coming in to visit the mountain bikers and their families and the hikers that are coming in to visit the Bailey's Trail. This has resulted in an explosion of businesses all around to support all of these visitors. So this isn't just about the conservation of the land, of an outdoor recreation opportunity on the Bailey's Trail itself. You've got abandoned buildings like the old Chancey schools. You can see the picture there that are being renovated. There's already in the works in one of those buildings to build a brewery and a restaurant. in one of those buildings. There's other opportunities for the other buildings there. And these communities all around, you can see the map there, to build new businesses, to bring new economic opportunity into the area. And we've got plans for Bailey's Base Camp already. There's companies like businesses like Benton's on the Baileys, Green Run Cabins, the Bicycle Barn, H&D Bicycle Services, all these adjacent businesses that are supporting activities on the mountain biking trail. They're starting to move into these communities. So we just had the discussion about broadband. You know, after broadband, rural broadband in this area, the Bailey's Mountain Biking Trail is going to represent the largest economic development opportunity for this region. And it's not just for the immediate communities right next to the mountain biking trail. The impact of this is moving up the State Route 13 corridor and affecting communities like Gloucester and beyond. You can see there one of our partners with Dirty Girl Coffee, Jane Cavarazzi's business, and the work that the Gloucester Revitalization Organization is doing in Gloucester, and connecting the outdoor recreation in the Baroque area all the way down to the Baileys. They're working on a waterways trail, a kayaking and canoeing trail to connect between Baroque and the Hocking. So the effect is just building and spinning out beyond there. So how do we get involved? So we got together with some innovative folks, and Kerry Pigman mentioned earlier the Impact Innovation Group. So Sugarbush Valley was one of the co-founding original members of the Impact Innovation Group. And we sat down with Jesse and with the folks at the Bailey's Trail and said, well, what would help? What would help to show local participation in this, local commitment, local skin in the game to this, in order to attract larger outside funders and to keep the momentum of this trail going? So we created a Bailey's Investment Fund, which is a revenue share model to get our return from the events and the merchandising that the Bailey's Trail is going to do. And Kerry and the Athens County Foundation led the way in due diligence, and we joined together with Jeff Morgan, who was here earlier. I don't know if he's still in the audience, to put together a $350,000 revenue share impact investment fund, and we're looking forward to seeing that money go to work. And we've already seen the results of events that are going on. There's a whole host of events that you can see that are planned for this year at the Baileys, mountain biking races and volunteer days. And as the trails get built out and more higher degree of difficulty trails are put into place in the Baileys, then these higher and higher level competitions can be brought into the region. Ultimately, the Baileys will be the largest and the highest level competition trail east of the Mississippi for mountain bikers. So we are super excited about this opportunity. So excited that we're able to be a part of this project, and we look forward to all the other ways that we can collaborate together to build out this cluster opportunity. If you want to know more about this, if you want to get involved with the Bailey's Trail and support There's Jesse's contact information, and I encourage you all to go out and visit the Baileys. It's an incredible place to hike. It's beautiful. Get your bike out there if you've got one, and join us in enjoying Southeastern Ohio. Thanks.
Advance. No. All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Hunt Brawley, I'm Executive Director, People's Bank Theater. It's great to be here. Great to be out speaking about anything after COVID, and I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there like us. We weren't sure we'd be around and talking about anything. So it's great to be able to kind of look back at the whole history of this and let folks know what we were up to. I actually got into this project like a lot of folks here. Really, it was all about community development, revitalization. And I hate to admit it, but I was there right at the very beginning, which, believe it or not, was in 2000 when we set up the 501c3 for the theater. And that was really done through the Merida Community Foundation, which was really undergoing a asset identification process. They called it Community 2020. And I was actually brought in to set up a lot of these nonprofits and get a number of things going. And this was just one of them that we at least identified early and wanted to bring along in the community. So I'm going to go through a kind of a brief history of the theater itself, but then we'll jump into a little bit more of the economic assembly and the tourism impact here. Just to give you background, strangely, not too many people know this building, but that was the original Hippodrome, which was actually built in 1911. And if you know Marietta, that actually sits on 2nd Street. So if you actually went to the left of that picture and then took a right, you would get to the modern site. But this building actually was only there from 1911. Actually, a fire burned it down in 1917. And, actually Drew Tanner found that out. We didn't know that until a little later in the history. And of course, immediately I suspect that, arson. I mean, they just wanted a bigger, better theater, and so they burned this place down. I mean, they were right on top of it. They had the plans, and they basically started construction on the next building almost the next year, and had this kind of nice Gothic arch granite. Instead of 687 and kind of a smaller vaudevillian theater, this really was kind of an incredible building at the time, 1,200 seats. It was the first air-conditioned building in Marietta. Actually just used well water, just pumped up 58-degree, kind of the old swamp cooler technology, and blew that down in the theater, and that was really something they tried to highlight there at the theater. Of course, built with the latest fire safety features in mind, had modern fire curtain, and they had exercises getting people out of the building. It was really touted as you see, kind of best seats, best sound. It's cool inside. It was all part of the marketing and ability to host what was considered a legitimate theater. This was actually a little higher end than vaudeville acts, and this was, almost a Broadway caliber theater in Marietta. So kind of a big deal. Unfortunately, in 1919, for whatever reason, they decided against the existing arch and tore that thing down. For us, we don't know what happened to that. It wasn't like they just recovered over everything. They stripped it off, and that's probably sitting in a riverbank somewhere. But that old granite carved stone, really ornate facade was torn off, and they replaced it in 1949 with that. Which is kind of interesting. We don't know what to refer that to historically, whether that's Federalist, New Orleans, some combination. But that's what we have now, pretty much. And it actually presented some problems during the restoration effort because really we were really trying to shoot for the original 1919 era when it was originally built. And of course, we have a 1949 facade and Preservation Office likes you to be kind of consistent in era, but essentially the interior is 1919, and that's what's on the exterior there. Probably the largest event that to this day has ever taken place in Marietta was when there was actually the world premiere of Battle Hymn starring Rock Hudson. And that was, instead of doing it in Hollywood, they actually did it right in Marietta. So Rock Hudson, Dan Duryea, all the stars actually came in to Marietta, and there were actually more than 15,000 people that appeared at this event, which was more than the population of Marietta. So certainly from a tourism aspect, you create something like that, you can pull a few people in there. But at the time it was interesting because the Shea Cinema Company actually owned 3 theaters at the same time. This was one of them, had a theater across the street, the Putnam, which is now our Players Theater, and then the Ohio Theater on 2nd. And so they basically had this premiere in all 3 theaters. At one time, there were 5 theaters operating at the same time, probably in the late 20s in Marietta, just because that's what people did. Basically went out, that was their form of entertainment. When I got involved, the theater looked a lot more like that. And this, like a lot of theaters, this place closed in 1985. It had, I guess, lost a lot of the downtown energy, a lot of small communities, of course. The strip center development's coming, downtowns are dying. And like I saw so many theaters across the nation, the dying breath was showing XXX films and then death. And that was this place as well. And so it had been vacant from 1985. Our original board president, Dan Steffen, bought the theater in 1988, and he really thought maybe he could throw some money into it, but it wasn't until 2000 when I met him that we really started the process, started the 501c3, got all the some of the early funding together to get the project going. And I guess at this time I might say if there are some project managers out there, people that are trying to get some of these projects off the ground, the early money is obviously just always the hardest, right? I mean, you're starting a project, you're trying to get things moving, and I don't think we ever spent any money on planning or early feasibility that I regret. I'm sure a lot of you guys that are in the agencies are always trying to push this, but it's hard to kind of justify $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $30,000 in feasibility studies and planning, in architecture. I never regretted a single expenditure on any of this stuff. And we did some early Ohio Arts Council feasibility, Governor's Office of Appalachia, ARC, a lot of these agencies represented here. Buckeye Hills helped with a lot of early money. Never regretted any of that because that always leveraged up other dollars, always, in my experience. And we were able to point to something. Even our, believe it or not, long, sad story, which I'm not going to get into this afternoon, but we even did some early geothermal, reactivating geothermal in the well water. That was probably the only money we spent that didn't pan out, but it still might, believe it or not. We may still get a shot at this. So anyhow, when we were looking at funding sources, you're looking for early grants, early private fundraising, tax credits were one of the funding possibilities here. I'm going to get into that a little later on, but fortunately we had some people. I've got a law degree. We had some accountants that were able to look into this, and so we were able to kind of pursue the credits in parallel with some of these other funding sources. And I think when you're looking at projects like this, there's a lot of examples. Actually, Stewart's Opera House, if you guys know that locally, was probably the example of kind of the opposite end of the spectrum where, they really bootstrapped themselves up. Tim Peacock pretty much, I think his first year budget was $3,500 or something, and they just made this thing work. Tax credits is very much an all or nothing deal. Unfortunately, you just can't get the wheels turning, get somebody into the theater, get things moving. It's all set up, all the pieces have to fit together, and people really can't pick up that tax credit until the theater's operational. So you really have to look at this, pretty hard and just figure out the own project to see whether you can kind of lay dormant or whether it's really better to kind of create some publicity, get some people in there, get some energy. I don't know if there's really a right or wrong way. I just know for us, $7.5 million project, it was almost half the entire project. It was almost $4 million, a lot of money. So, I'll go into the kind of the good, bad, the ugly in just a little bit. But anyhow, this is obviously what the restored interior looks like. And looking down at the stage, that's actually our fire curtain. And that's really the only existing, kind of the original existing aesthetic piece in the theater. We had still have no pictures of the interior of the theater prior to 1949. We have some pictures of just people on stage, nothing to the right, left. So the fire curtain, as you see, it kind of drove the entire decor of the theater. That's the only thing we had to look at to kind of drive that. And so you'll see a lot of the kind of lattice networks and the details that kind of mimic that. This is really how the project kind of panned out in terms of funding. You can see, early private money was really hard. That's why, again, some of this agency, public money helped a lot. Again, the Ohio State, the federal credit, 1819. And certainly a lot of money for our project. The one item that's not there, new markets tax credits. As I mentioned, probably we could spend the entire day talking about tax credits. And at the end of the day, I think we'd all go shit ourselves because this is just intensely tedious. But it was 50% of the funding. And I guess in maybe short summation, the Ohio Historic Credit, which for us was 25% of funding, is probably the most user-friendly. I mean, it really acts more like a grant. And so if you're out there, if you're a historic property, you have to go through all the historic standards. You can qualify. It also really acts more like cash, which, depending on the timing of the funding, does help. But because it acts more like cash, believe it or not, you actually pay a federal tax on that state allocation, and so that diminishes the value of that 25% credit or wherever you get. The federal credit operates, like a true credit, true tax credit. The person that receives that credit just writes it off their taxes. The new markets tax credit is much more complicated, and for us, it almost took down the project. And I think overall, the new markets, you really have to step into these very gingerly. They're very complicated, and in a tax credit project, it's almost like the increased layers of funding complexity almost makes this exponentially more difficult. And so if you're laying the state credit, the federal credit, they really operate differently. You have to position them differently, and you're laying new markets credit on top of that. You really have to tread carefully. And because we lost the entire project during the banking recession at the end of 2007, 2008, Bank of America was our historic tax credit in America. They were the first ones over the fiscal cliff, and we watched $4 million evaporate overnight. Took us a long time to kind of get back on our feet because, of course, banks really weren't looking, for tax credits like they were, and it was particularly difficult for us to get a hold of those new markets credits after all this. So we kind of came back in. It was a really tough journey. Fortunately for us, we had a local People's Bank that decided Chuck Zilorski really took a real risk in terms of looking at a project and jumping in and essentially setting up that whole bridge loan and then essentially taking those tax credits to allow us to move forward. At that time, we were still having a lot of difficulty finding a tax credit investor at the national level. So the larger ones like the Bank of America's, the PNCs that were engaged in this, they didn't quite have that appetite. So And I think just the level of complexity prejudices small communities and small towns. I mean, we were dealing, basically guys on our board that had law degrees and CPAs, they had to have those degrees just to be able to talk to the guys in Cleveland. I mean, it was just intensely complicated. And I think, the size of the project and the complexity that requires this level of expertise just doesn't really exist in smaller communities. So, I'd love to see for smaller communities projects like this. And there are I think there's some pending bills. I haven't looked at them in a long time, but at the federal New Markets level, they're trying to find ways to simplify those credits, to make them more user-friendly, bring down the dollar amount, and do some things that really help out. Just to finish up on that last slide, I just noticed, also you'll see, I think that the very bottom line was we received $700,000 in private money after the whole project was done. And I think that's typical. When we were kind of pointing to an empty building, it was a lot harder to get a private dollar in there. After we got the whole thing up and running, we're actually be able to get some shows out there a lot easier. And so, it was just a lot easier to pull private money after we were operational. I think that's probably a pretty typical trajectory. Actually, I think I slid by. Okay. Into economic impact. And if you don't like these numbers, you can blame the folks at the Voinovich Center, because they did them. We actually, when we were trying to justify tax credits, and so we actually went here and we had Voinovich Center produce this study for us to help obviously justify the economic impact in the community, get things going. And I think, in general, this was, ours was a $7.5 million project. So, almost a direct one-to-one in terms of direct benefit, but then you see the indirect induced and total impact of construction that our project had in Marietta. Similarly, the state and local taxes during construction, it was a little hard to get the local, the county support. Hopefully numbers like these help justify even just a little money in startup costs and to get things moving. And this was, again, this was pre-operations, what we had the Voinovich Center do, but this was based on what we had. We had started at least a projection at about $800,000 annual, gross income expenses, and so these were the economic impact of operations. I think beforehand, very often we used the Americans for the Arts Economic Impact Study, which was generally stating that $26 was spent in the community for every patron in theater. That was that's a 15-year-old number. I think right now those numbers, I think they usually point more to at least a one-to-one as our ticket sales go up. So we're $40, $50, $60. You're probably spending $40, $50, $60 in the community. But what we'd love to do, and hopefully we'll have this conversation this afternoon, is kind of do the after study, because now we do have numbers, we do have operations, and we'd love to be able to do the study to kind of justify our operations in the community. That's just a view from the stage, one of our early circ acts. This just, I guess we were looking to justify our existence here with some nice comments, and but we have, I think we've got like not quite a 5, but a 4.7 star rating on Google, so we're doing okay. Just had to throw this in here. Parking. This is on our website. You come in town. Try and find parking. I mean, the first time we whispered theater project in Marietta, anyway, what are you guys going to do about the parking? What are you guys? I mean, we're trying to create a parking problem. We're trying to get people downtown. We're trying to create some life and some vitality. And when we got the theater open, had all this stuff done, you know, you still get the questions coming in, you know, now, of course, 6 years, but, you know, almost 5 years operation. We probably had 2 shows that I think we actually did have a parking problem. That was once when Bill Engvall did a double billing, and it was our first Friday night. So we had about as much going on as you can possibly have. And that is the only time that we've ever heard about complaints about parking. And, you know, we might luck out just in some of the parking that you see here that's available around the theater. But as we were always pointing out to you beforehand, a Walmart parking lot probably takes up the entire space of that 1, 2, 4 on that map in terms of how far you're actually walking. So again, I think in small communities, it's just a real kind of misperception. Again, we, like a lot of formal theaters, we have an older audience. About 80% of our audience is really, you know, over 34. This is something we're trying to solve. We're trying to do things in the streets. Basically, young people either go to bars for entertainment or stadiums, and they don't go into more formal venues like ours. So we're trying to do things to remedy that. This just shows a little bit of, I guess it's a little tough to see with the light, but just, you know, our traffic, who's coming into the theater. When we looked at this project originally, we really looked at a demographic of 250 to 300,000 people. Fortunately, we've kind of stepped out, and what we have found is that the larger shows we've been able to pull in has kind of expanded our market significantly. And some really interesting things that we've learned, but for whatever reason in central Pennsylvania, we'll have a lot of people coming from central Pennsylvania to the theater, Philadelphia, Greensburg, Pittsburgh, and then in West Virginia, Charleston. And I think that's pretty, you know, solid reflection of just larger acts. People will travel a long way for an act that they want to see. And then, again, just we picked the show that had the longest distance traveled was Kansas. Larger acts, longer distances, and then kind of interestingly, apparently, the further away people are coming from, the more money they're spending in the community. So, believe it or not, on a per capita basis, North Carolina actually spent more money than everybody else per capita in terms of what we were able to track. And this is just numbers 2016 through 2019 as we built up. And then really we believe there was probably a little bit of a pent-up demand because our early shows were really, really fantastic. And if we continue on this trajectory, we will be at almost $3 million in gross income and expenses, which is almost double where we ever thought we would be. So, I think that the lesson there is really, obviously, larger attractions, larger acts are going to pull people from further away. Certainly something we didn't anticipate, because when we looked at it, there are theaters in, right here in OU, Nelsonville, Columbus, Cleveland. Why would you come to Marietta to see a show that you see anywhere else? But I think if you pair it, overnight stay, there's something different to do in the community, and you can make a nice visit to a Marietta. I think we're seeing the results of that. So anyhow, I think that's what we have, just some of the larger shows that we've had here that really contributed to those numbers. And, and we just had, if I could get, just a little reminder of an Athens guy, J.D. Hutchinson, that came in the theater not too long ago before he died. So anyhow, thank you guys.
Thank you, Hunt, for that very appropriate lead into what I'm going to talk about. I'm Brent Lane. I'm an executive in residence at the Voinovich School. Been working there for about a year and a half, almost 2 years now. And I have to say, coming to this event after the 2-year natural experiment of COVID and pandemic and remote working has revealed that there are some tremendous opportunities due to the disruptions we've all experienced for rural economic development that I don't think we've seen before. Now, my career has been in venture capital. I've worked in entrepreneurial development. I've worked in a conventional State Department of Commerce, recruiting large industry, but all of that focused on what do we do in rural America. And as all of us in this room know, there were a lot of firm constraints on what we could get done. And a lot of those constraints have been disrupted, and I think we've heard a lot of discussion of those that are today. Remote working, if nothing else, has disrupted so much in the way of traditional transportation, workforce models, employment opportunities. So we're at I think, a very important moment of inflection here if we act. A couple of other things that have come up today is that not only have we had these opportunities, but there's also a new emphasis on reporting and monitoring. And I think that's been mentioned several times today, how important it is to keep track of our progress, provided we know where we're trying to go. That'll tell us whether we're succeeding or not. And very important was a comment made on early by Mayor Patterson. As he pointed out, in Southeast Ohio, while it's almost all people, that means if you want to create one new job with an assumed workforce of around 300,000, if you want to create 1% new employment, what you're doing has to create how many jobs? Well, I don't do new market stuff because there's too much math involved. But it points out that you need to create thousands of jobs if we really want to move the needle in this region, regardless of how small our towns are. Scale is very important. And if you've been doing rural economic development long enough, you know how rare the opportunities are, like the ones we've heard discussed today. And that means the problem in economic development is not when we try something and it doesn't work. It's more often when we see an opportunity and we capitalize on it, but we succeed too small. We don't maximize the opportunity in front of us. Those opportunities are before us, and we're hearing about those today. They've percolated, and we've worked collectively and individually to identify them over the last couple of years. Now, it's in that context, the sin of succeeding too small, that I'm going to talk about World Heritage Tourism. You heard it mentioned in the video intro, the floodgates. I came into World Heritage not because I have some strong affinity or sentimentality about history, but I worked in a lot of areas where people would routinely say, well, we're rich in history but poor in everything else. Which just points out that history is a resource. We're so used to extraction industries, but history is one of those renewable resources from which we learn a lot of things. And in some cases, we can use them as economic development assets. The prime example of that globally are World Heritage Sites. And this has become relevant in Ohio because you have had no World Heritage Sites in Ohio, but you are about to have one. It will be an opportunity that you need to leverage to the maximum. World Heritage Sites are, from a business school perspective, because that's my background, they are a brand. In the world of investment, it's an asset. It's an asset you can perhaps maximize your return on. It is a brand. And in the U.S., historically, we've not had a lot of World Heritage Sites for a variety of reasons. But if you've ever been to the Grand Canyon, if you've ever been to the Statue of Liberty, if you've ever been to Cahokia outside of St. Louis, if you've ever been to some of those places, you've been to a World Heritage Site and you may not have known it. But they are a program that began in the United Nations in 1978, like a Hall of Fame, to recognize those cultural and natural resource sites in the world that are most worthy of not only preservation and conservation, but to educate the rest of the world about. Turning history into heritage is when we share that story. So it's a very important brand, and it's a brand that grows annually in terms of how many sites are so designated. I point out here the U.S. has 24, well behind a number of other countries. But hopefully it'll be 25 soon, as you heard mentioned earlier. The 25th site in the U.S. should be here in Ohio. But if you're talking about brand value, you start to say, well, how many things have that brand on it? And as you can see, a program that started in 1978, it's like the problem with any Hall of Fame. The first 2 or 3 classes is always easy to identify. They're the greatest of the great in that particular area. Well, after a while, you've got a class coming in that may not be all that well known. That applies to the brand of the World Heritage Site. we got almost 1,200 World Heritage Sites. And you can see how it's grown over time. So if we're going to have this brand here in Ohio, we have to recognize that it's not as singular an asset as it used to be, but it can still be compelling. But it's not going to be compelling without effort. Now, a lot of World Heritage Sites, you look at these are instantly recognizable. Some of them will be to you. Frankly, the World Heritage Site brand probably didn't bring a lot of value to them. They were already well known. World Heritage Site designation is most important for sites like these. This is what we'll have in Ohio, something like these. They are not well known globally. They are not spectacular visually, but they are important culturally. That's where the brand can perhaps have the most value for sites like the one we'll be having in Ohio. With that in mind, you might wonder why people bother. It takes years to become a World Heritage Site. And most places that get, that become eligible and eventually become nominated don't make the cut. So there's 194 countries that can nominate sites. You work through a lengthy multi-year process of first you have to be selected nationally to be on a tentative list, then you have to be put forward as that country's only nomination for that year. That's the status of the Ohio site right now. The Hopewell site has been nominated by the U.S. for consideration by the United Nations in 2023. That's a major distinction. That's like getting nominated for an Oscar. You haven't won it yet, but you've been nominated, and that's an honor all by itself. At that point, you go through an evaluation by the UN, by an group of experts there. I'm one of those World Heritage experts. I won't be working on the site here, but I'm familiar with the process. And then ultimately it goes before a United Nations organization meeting called the World Heritage Convention, where 21 countries vote on who makes it onto the list. And making on the list is known as being inscribed. Now, making it onto the list, therefore, is not necessarily a matter of merit. It's quite often a matter of politics as well. But Ohio site is at the point where it will be considered in 2023 at the World Heritage Convention. So it's a lot of investment to get this work done. Ohio History Connections, some people may be familiar with, they have been working on this since 2008. And it's a tremendous accomplishment to get it to the point it's at today. Now, one reason because it's so much work, there really has been a slight decline in the number of sites being nominated annually. There's a big bump in 2021 because they weren't able to hold their convention in 2020. But in general, the number of sites is not increasing, but of course, in the cumulative, there are a tremendous number of them now. Now, we have to remember that the real objective of World Heritage Sites is conservation and education. It has a triple bottom line, though, of economic development. And many communities, many nations who nominate sites have a very sincere expectation of economic benefits in addition to the education and conservation. But those things have to be balanced. And that presents quite a challenge. In many cases, even when you think you're winning, you're losing. The most infamous worst case scenario of a World Heritage Site is perhaps one of the most famous ones. Stonehenge in rural southwest England is one of the most visited World Heritage Sites in the world. But on that triple bottom line of economic development, education, and preservation, it has been known to be a miserable failure. It gets 1 million visitors a year. That's the parking lot. You can see that parking lot, how easily you can distinguish that parking lot. Well, you can barely tell the silhouette behind it is Stonehenge itself. It draws a lot of visitors. If you're counting on a floodgate to produce a lot of visitors, that is not the same thing as achieving your objective of economic benefit. Because in Stonehenge, half the people who visit don't even get off the bus. They've been on a bus all day. They visited castle after castle after historic site after historic site. They pull in here, they'll go to the restroom, they might go to the gift shop, but most of them stay on the bus. So even though they've got tremendous visitorship, that's not a win. We want to win. We want a best case scenario. So what we hope for with the Hopewell Ceremonial Earthworks, which is 8 sites in 3 different counties here in Ohio. And an earthwork, if you're unfamiliar with it, is a mound of dirt with grass and trees. Some of them are spectacular. They're geometric shapes. They're oriented for an astronomical basis. They've been the site of ceremony. In fact, they were a heritage tourism site as their origin. They began as ceremonial sites, as gathering spots. We don't really know from an archaeological standpoint exactly how they were used, except they were always used to gather people together. That's heritage tourism as a lineage of these sites themselves. What we hope is that when this comes up for consideration in 2023, it will be inscribed and become a World Heritage Site. But from a pure economic development standpoint, that's not enough. That's succeeding too small. We had the privilege of doing an economic analysis at Ohio for Ohio University for the Ohio History Center. And what we recognize is that becoming a World Heritage Site, getting that brand does have an immediate value to you. You will attract visitors from further away, maybe even some from North Carolina who will drop a lot of bucks. These visitors have done their research. They have checked your whole area. They have looked to see if you've got a bike trail. They have looked to see if you have restaurants. They want to have a distinctive experience. They're not visiting a site, they're visiting your communities, of which the site is the principal draw. So they want to engage in a lot of different ways. And if you give them that opportunity, they will spend money and they will stay longer. That's your best case scenario. Not that you increase visitorship, not that the floodgates open, but that people come and they spend time and they stay. What we found is the false scenario of World Heritage Site listing for the Hopewell site is that you'll increase visitorship about 100% over 3 years. That's going from about 80,000 to like 150,000 visitors in the aggregate to all these sites. And the false scenario is you bring in you create 181 new jobs, maybe 12 million in economic activity. That's a classic example of succeeding too small. You don't put all this effort into it for a site as really significant as this site is to get those kind of results. What you got to do is you got to work harder to capture that brand. And you do that as you work on your cluster. You enhance your cluster. And mostly what you strive to do is, what we learn in heritage tourism is really applicable to any form of tourism. What you want to do is convert day trippers to overnight stays. It's real simple. The math is really easy. Convert day trippers to overnight stays. And you do that by giving people a richer experience and tying them in the community in as many ways as possible. If you do that, then you succeed large enough. Maybe you can double or triple visitation, but you raise the economic impact even more significantly because people are doing it like they do when they come to the theater. If you came from North Carolina, you're spending the night or two. You're dropping a lot of dollars. Now, this all sounds very sort of mercantilist, but in addition to preserving these sites, very importantly, is also to communicate their history to a variety of audiences. And one way you tell a story is to sell that story, and that's what you've got the opportunity to do here. This is a representation of the industry cluster for heritage tourism. It just points out how rich the economic landscape both needs to be to attract those visitors and retain them in your community, but it also represents the kind of economic development opportunities that come out of an asset like a World Heritage Site. So, the second thing you've got to do to enhancing your clusters, you got to differentiate who your visitors are and recognize that they have a different impact and they have different wants and needs. It's not simply the numbers you bring in. It's not the number of people who visit, go through the turnstile. You want to attract people who will spend the night. You get a 3X rather than a 1X on overnight stays. And as important as it is to educate the public, educate school children, bring in visitors so they can benefit from learning about this culture, those aren't not people who are going to generate your economic impact numbers. It's not a choice between, it's an and plus. As you emphasize public education and conservation, recognize that it's not enough to have the brand with the pole and the emblem at the front of the site. You've also got to focus on bringing in those visitors who will have a significant economic impact. One of the simple exercises we did was you take the visitor stream to World Heritage Sites, which there's some decent research on, and you differentiate the full portfolio. Who has the largest impact? So we indexed the average spending against a single adult, and just represented how different demographic sections have different economic impacts. And from this, you build a portfolio. You don't focus on only one demographic, not if you want to increase your economic benefit. You focus on what your portfolio is and what that portfolio requires in terms of attractions. So a World Heritage Site designation, as significant as it is to achieve that and to be the only site in Ohio with that designation, it really is, from an economic development standpoint, a great opportunity. It's not a strategy, it's an asset. It is a lever, and you want to achieve as much leverage as possible in using it. And to do that, you focus on enhancing your tourism cluster, you focus on your tourism portfolio and making sure that they're seeing the kind of experiences they want to have. And as that bottom line says, your asset becomes a tremendous benefit to the larger economic development effort, to your community development efforts. It becomes the basis on which you develop so many of those entrepreneurial offerings in hospitality, in lodging, in restaurants, in musical performances, and you create a virtuous circle. You need these sort of attractions to bring in visitors to a World Heritage Site or to a Bailey's Trail or to a theater or to a vineyard. And once you've got them here, you want them to stay and enjoy and learn your community in as many opportunities and experiences as they can. That creates the entrepreneurial opportunities that then reinforce that cycle all over again. So thanks for your time. And I really appreciated the insights of my panelists, and Jessica's going to be up here and complete the program for us. Thank you, Jessica.
You know, it really is a privilege to be up here today with these gentlemen who are doing such great things for tourism in our area. I've long believed that Appalachian Ohio is really a world-class destination with so much potential for tourism, for anybody to come visit and stay for a day or hopefully more. So at this time, we'll start taking questions for our panelists.
I have a question for the audience. Who's been to what they knew was a World Heritage Site? The brand is underachieving.
I have a question. What all do you suggest that we do to make this a place where people will spend 2 or 3 days along with that? Exactly what should we do?
One of the things that that we have to do that is going on right now through projects like Ohio's Winding Road in Ohio is make sure that we are effectively marketing and cross-promoting the different opportunities, because all of these things fit together, whether it's the World Heritage Site or the visit to the Bailey's Trail. People that are coming, especially people that are coming from North Carolina, apparently, they're coming enough distance that they need a series of activities and experiences and opportunities. If they're going to make the decision to come all the way up to southeastern Ohio, then they need to, they want to have multiple experiences probably. They need to have a place to stay. They need to know where the restaurants are and all of the different features that they want to have for their vacation. And the more that we can let them know and make it easy for them to know how to put together that package. You see, if you go to major cities, you often see the I forget what they call them. There's a name for it, but they bundle these opportunities together, and then you can buy a pass that goes to the museum, and if there's a Ferris wheel or a series of different activities. There is absolutely no reason why our region can't do that very same thing. But you need to have a centralized way to market and promote these things, and then give all of the different individual businesses the opportunity to list and to cross promote their business in association with that. The easier you make it for people to come and have a great comprehensive experience for their whole family, everyone in their party, the more money and the longer they're going to stay.
Hunt?
Well, yeah, I was going to maybe just follow up a little bit on, when we have larger shows, obviously people are traveling from further away. When you get to Marietta, it's a pretty cool historic town. There's some nice things to see in Marietta, but you can pretty much do everything there is to do in Marietta in about 2 days. So, what's nice about a theater is you can essentially always create something different depending on how often you program. And if we work well with our tourism, Dina Clark and the guys there, yes, hopefully we kind of point all those regional things we can do, but hopefully we continue to create different experiences so we can kind of pair them with, the heritage site that you're going to see and experience, but, just change it up a little bit. So, that's what I'd love to pursue here, both with Winovich Center and our tourism office.
I would not be presumptuous to tell tourism professionals how to do their job better. They know how to do this. What they don't always have are the tools or the assets to leverage. But Eli makes a very good point, and it's reiterated by Hunt. If people come from far enough away, they're going to stay longer. That's probably the distinctive advantage of the World Heritage Site designation. It is a global brand. It may mean absolutely nothing to most Ohioans that this site becomes a World Heritage Site. It may not affect overnight stays coming out of Cleveland, but it will be distinctive in terms of attracting global visitors. Now, you're no Taj Mahal, and you're not going to be the Grand Canyon, but it will make you visible on radars around the world that you were not. But I will also caution you that it won't be enough. The Hopewell site is a great story. But if you put it in the context of the larger story of both Native Americans and early colonists here in Ohio, you've got a compelling multi-day visit. But at least World Heritage Site branding will get you on global radars. If you get even a small % of them, they're coming from a distance, they will stay longer. So you have that big advantage of leveraging this particular type of asset, but it will be done successfully in combination with all the other assets and experiences that people are offering today. Second question for the audience.
Perfect. Hi there, I was on a panel earlier about broadband, so yes, this is a broadband-centered question. What role does broadband and just infrastructure in general have to play with tourism and attracting those overnight stayers and those weekend stayers staying in the region and participating in our economy?
Well, I know from my work with World Heritage Sites, available internet access is absolutely essential part of the visitor experience. Even in the most remote locations, that is the way in which people self-curate. They manage their experience, they're attracted to it, or at the very least, they're not going to stay as long if they can't check their email. So even in a World Heritage Site like the ones we're talking about here, I think the availability of internet is and Wi-Fi is going to be key to allowing visitors to come and stay longer and for the experience. And that's just a very small segment of the question you were asking. But I just want to point out that even the sites themselves, that experience is greatly enhanced when people can self-curate and self-tour using internet availability.
Yeah, I would just add to that I mentioned in my presentation that the #1 economic development opportunity was broadband. And for this region, Bailey's, I think, is #2. And those two things, they have to go hand in hand. It's broadband that makes it possible for these businesses to set up and develop in these rural areas around the Bailey's Trail. So the whole sort of State Route 13 corridor, making sure that there is high-speed broadband connectivity available, that makes it possible for people to set up their businesses, to operate their businesses, to live in the area around their businesses and operate their businesses. So these two things are absolutely inextricably linked, and they have to be, they have to be done hand in hand. There has to be a coordinated effort as they're funding the development of cluster opportunities like the Bailey's Trail system, to make sure that there is funding available for the infrastructure build out that's going to support all of the businesses around it. Because otherwise, if you don't develop that and you get, there's incredible buzz out there about the Bailey's trail system. Mountain bikers, they're all over social media talking about these great new experiences that they've had. But as more and more people come and the volume of visitors come, if they don't have the comprehensive experience that matches their excitement about checking out this new trail system, then that's going to affect whether or not they come back with what they tell other people about that experience. And that has everything to do with all of the support aspects and the places you stay overnight and the businesses you visit and what the proximity of those things are to the trail system itself.
Okay. Hi, Leslie Schaller with the Appalachian Center for Economic Networks, or ACENET. So Eli, thanks. Regional brands, we love our regional brands, Ohio's Winding Road and 30 Mile Meal. So we've used a lot of different tools. You know, regional brands are a great one. They, I think, definitely attract stronger collaboration from a lot of public and private partners. We've done buy local campaigns now for, who knows, 20-some years. But I think what we've discovered during COVID is we're attracting new visitation, we're attracting maybe remote workers to relocate to our special places here in Appalachia, Ohio. And then I think the other thing that I've really noticed, maybe more as a business owner wearing my other hat, is our local folks really feel much more connected and committed to our entrepreneurial ecosystems. So what's next? How do we galvanize that energy and that excitement, whether it's the locals, whether it's new people coming into our communities? How do we change them into investors in this work?
Well, I think that this has a multiplier effect. There's a momentum that gets built by people coming in, seeing these experiences, people that are passionate about mountain biking, for instance, and they come in and they see the opportunity to be connected with the Bailey's mountain biking trail, and they think, oh, well, maybe I could have a business here that's associated with. And so it's the collective, both providing the experience and then the success of telling the stories about that experience. I think those two things, again, have to go hand in hand. So I think really that's, to me, what's next is making sure that the funding and the comprehensive approach to this as an economic development opportunity are going, and that we're effectively telling the story of this region. It's something that I encounter a lot. I think a lot of us encounter a lot. I think there's a natural kind of humbleness and self-deprecating culture in this area, which is wonderful. It's very endearing, but self-promotion, I think, doesn't come naturally. You know, the idea of sort of bragging. But there are just incredible assets in this region, and that we all can take tremendous pride in, and the innovations that are going on around things in the region. So telling those stories, I think, is a critical next step.
Eli, I'd like to follow up on that question in relation to sort of the self-deprecation that our communities have. And, we're working hard to change the narrative here in Appalachia. Have you noticed, or any of you, since your projects have come to fruition, a change in that narrative, either at home or with visitors outside the region?
Well, I have, and I mentioned at the beginning of my talk that everybody's talking about Southeast Ohio and Ohio University and those things, and there's and it's true. That's, when I'm talking to the Appalachian Funders Network, or to, I've given talks to students at universities outside of the region, the examples of things that are going on here, oftentimes I think they're more well known and they're more celebrated than maybe we are even doing ourselves. And so I think it's really about us embracing those accomplishments and celebrating the wins and not being shy or afraid, but in fact being very proactive about celebrating those things. And I heard it mentioned before, and yes, I could not agree more that it's so consistently the issue of not thinking big enough and not going after a big enough win, and that has to do with really embracing the opportunity and asking for the funds that we need, presenting the opportunities that we have that can really attract world-class investment that's non-extractive.
Well, the counterpoint to succeed large also is that we need to succeed in scope. Things that succeed in only one area or strategies that only work in one unique set of circumstances are important, but not as significant as those that can succeed more broadly. So even when we talk about succeeding at scale, that's often a function of aggregate success across a lot of examples. So examples that can succeed across Southeast Ohio, across Appalachian Ohio, are the sort of things we want to focus on. And I think we're already seeing them, and I believe that this pandemic has been a disruption to many of the ways that we were constrained in the past. And I think we've heard examples of it here. I think it's a question of recognizing and being proactive and getting in front of them. When work behavior has changed the way it is, when commuter patterns have changed, when the compression of global supply chains has led to onshoring, that's why Intel is here. These are global forces that for the first time in decades has shifted in favor of regional economies like this one. And it's a matter of seizing on those opportunities and making them not only as large in scale as possible, but make sure that the scope of that, communities where these things can work. If co-working can work in Athens, can it also work across the region? Making sure we're pursuing strategies that succeed and in the aggregate achieve the scale we need and include as much of the region as possible. And these are not things we would have been talking about as opportunities 3 years ago.
I might just add, when I arrived in Marietta 23 years ago from Baltimore, Maryland, I was struck. I mean, there was a real pride of kind of self-reliance in Southeast Ohio, and unfortunately, it prejudiced folks from seeking funding outside of the community. I remember the president of Washington State Community College, Carson Miller, at the time. It was just awesome. Somebody was saying he was doing some really nice things at Washington State, and somebody said, "Well, how do you find the money? How do you get this stuff?" And he said, "Well, you drive north on 77, you take a left on 70, and you go to Columbus." That was his answer. I mean, no one. The attitude in Marietta was just, no, we don't reach out, we don't open up, we don't ask for assistance or seek other funding. And I think I think we were the first, theater was the first historic tax credit project in Southeast Ohio. And I think people are becoming a little more familiar and are going out and reaching out. That doesn't mean you're not self-reliant. It means you're hopefully expanding your horizons, looking outside of your own community, looking at other examples of successful projects. So, yeah, I hope that is kind of perpetuated by some of these projects that we're discussing here today.
When I look at generational opportunities in front of us, things that really matter across the decades, the one that I think we've seen through our work at Voinovich is a function of a lot of things, including remote work. One of the things we found when we looked at remote working opportunities, there was a lot of discussion, say across the line, on how to incent people from elsewhere to move here. Wherever here was, let's incent people from elsewhere to move here. Well, we found that that's not a significant economic impact, small success. What you really had in Ohio that was distinctive is that while you were not a magnet state in terms of people from elsewhere moving here, you were extraordinarily sticky as a state. And these are Census Bureau terms, they sound ridiculous. Sticky means people want to stay. And if they have left, they want to come back. That's what we found the most significant thing about remote working and hybrid work models and some of the other phenomena that have become evident during the pandemic. is if we give people the opportunity and they see the opportunity to return home because of more attainable housing, because of better quality of life, because they can work on a hybrid work model and commute a lot less. That's the real benefit. That's the return, the social return here is the literal return of society. People moving back, becoming part of that continuity in the community, that prime working age group, the people who start families, who buy houses, who start businesses. That's the greatest loss we've been experiencing here, is the outflow of that demographic. And we're seeing the kind of opportunities come up during the pandemic for their return. As we would say in my home state of North Carolina, maybe you can go home again.
Well, that's a fantastic point, and one thing that I haven't heard mentioned today, but is talking about what's next, is that people are realizing that this part of the country is going to be more and more the most livable part. It's going to be the most pleasant, the most climate resilient part of the country to live in. And we're already seeing, if you talk to folks who are in real estate in this area, they are getting inundated with calls for people wanting to buy land, wanting to build houses, wanting to move into this area. The Nature Conservancy in the last several years did a study of climate resiliency across the United States, and Central Appalachia, including southeastern Ohio, this corner of Ohio, is the most climate resilient area. It's least susceptible to temperature increase, least susceptible to natural disaster, most natural water resources, heavily forested. So the more that we can present opportunities for people who are looking for this kind of quality of life, looking for this kind of experience, when they come to have experiences, whether it's tourism or whether they're looking to move here, to move their businesses here, it's going to be critical to capitalize on those experiences, and having things like broadband, having the tourism experiences, the business opportunities are critical to making that successful.
Have any more questions? All right, so I would like to ask one more question before we close here. And thank you all so much for sitting on the panel today and offering your experience and the successes that you've had in Appalachia. And on that, we've heard a lot from you about your success in planning efforts. And I know out in the audience today, we probably have more than a few people who, their gears are turning in there thinking, well, I have some assets. Where do I start? So what advice would you give on how to start moving, your planning efforts forward for your hopes and dreams for tourism in Appalachian Ohio?
Well, maybe I'll start because I looked at our theater project as it's really not a super creative project. In other words, I frankly was looking around at other communities that had theaters, that restored them, and I was always kind of amazed that here we had kind of a local asset, and yet there were very few people that kind of looked around, and the first question we would get very often, what are you going to do with the theater? Are you going to show movies? I mean, there was no idea kind of what we had in mind, and no direction, and really just kind of expanding, looking outside your community. I mean, it's all about obviously developing that asset in your community, but I mean, there is still as unique as any theater is, and that's one of my favorite parts of participating in this, that every theater is unique because it's really a combination of the facility and the community. And when you pair those together, you kind of look at every theater is absolutely unique in the universe because of that. But you didn't get there without really kind of looking at the universe and kind of applying that locally. So, in some ways, you're trying to develop a very, very local asset. But I think it was still very much about knowledge pulled from other parts.
I think most of us in this room are involved in some way in economic development, in wanting to address these issues. And so in thinking about how you how you get started. What we like to do, what my family likes, we like to think of ourselves as connectors. We're not the subject matter experts in different areas, but we're connectors. And I would encourage everyone to think of yourself as a connector, because there's an entrepreneur out there in your community who needs help figuring out which direction to go, because there are so many opportunities, so many different options for what direction they should go with their idea, what type of financing should they go after. So being a resource to help to let them know that you can help them think about saving time by directing them to the right person for their idea. That was really the whole premise for why we set up the Impact Innovation Group, was to be that kind of a place where entrepreneurs could come, people with ideas could come and just figure out what is the best, the most effective path for me to go. So I would encourage everyone to think of yourself that way and to make yourself available to help guide and direct the entrepreneurs, the innovators, the people with new ideas towards that most effective path for their idea.
All right, well, I know we're the last session of the day. You're probably all ready to get on the road and go home. So why don't y'all join me in thanking these guys for being here today? Thank you very much.
Certainly, I hope you are as excited as I am about the wealth of information that we have been able to bring forward today, from collaboration and partnerships and vibrant communities, affordable housing, broadband, and tourism. And as you heard, I heard the call out for the smackdown on the best pizza. So we've got some places for you to visit between Belfountain and in my neck of the wood in Youngstown. So as we close for the day, just a couple comments I'd like to make. First of all, the QR codes, you can scan those. There is a survey we'd like for you to take. We'll also send you an email. And then returning your badges to the end table. And since this is the first time I've been the MC for the conference, so now I can get myself in trouble. I want to acknowledge someone who's been just the glue, I think, in putting this conference together, and her leadership. Mackenzie Kracharski, thank you so much. She hates to be called out, but I tell you, we just have to, I thank her tremendously. And now I'd like to give a thanks to, in closing, to our partners. That's the Ohio Voinovich School and the Economic Development Administration, the Appalachian Regional Commission, Ohio Southeast, our 4 local development districts with Buckeye Hills, Omega, OVRDC, and Eastgate. And certainly the Ohio University Catering is very difficult to feed a large group, and I think they did a great job today as well. Event services, yeah, please let's give them a round of applause. They did a great job. University Communications and Marketing, who put together the photography and the videography that will soon have forthcoming. So I hope you enjoyed the conference, and please have safe travels home. Thank you.